CBI is community-based violence intervention, a well-coordinated and strategic and intentional effort between different stakeholders.
CBI strategies are an essential partner in the approach to end gun violence in America. But what do CBI programs look like? Because the most successful CBI programs rely on hyperlocal knowledge and cultural sensitivity, CBI models can look different in different cities, but generally include three components. CBI programs engage those individuals who are often the most disconnected from other social supports. Seeing the signs, CBI programs can identify those in the community who are at the highest risk of being violence impacted based on prior victimization, criminal legal system contact, and more. CBI programs rely on the expertise of credible messengers who often take their expertise from their own lived experiences. Credible messengers do essential outreach work. They connect with and build trust among some of the hardest to reach individuals in violence-impacted communities. CBI programs meet individuals where they are at. They work to connect those high-risk individuals with essential social services and support their path of healing and recovery to change the trajectory of their life. Importantly, CBI programs don't work alone in their communities. They work in tandem with other service providers, community stakeholders, government agencies, and system partners as part of a wider ecosystem of violence prevention. Despite their success, CBI programs are still underfunded. It's time we change that. Evaluations of CBI programs have found that these programs can reduce gun homicide rates by as much as 60%, meaning every dollar spent on a CBI program can return more than $40 to cities and taxpayers.
If I could define CBI success, I would say that it's much more than statistics or numbers. It is people who are proud of their community, people who feel safe in their community, youth who are growing up happy and not having to worry about violence.
To end the gun violence epidemic in our country and stop cycles of community violence, lawmakers at the local, state, and federal level must invest long-term in CBI programs.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the Center for American Progress for the 10th Annual National Gun Violence Prevention Summit. Great to see so many of you at happy hour yesterday, seeing you guys take notes and making connections yesterday in the breakouts and the panels, and excited for another day of programming. One of the things that we hear a lot, and the steering committee we discussed a lot, was that one of the opportunities and challenges, one of the kind of unofficial themes of this conference, one of the challenges, of course, is getting the necessary funding to sustain our work. And there's a lot of questions about what are the trends in philanthropy and how do we make sure that the money is going to the places where it's needed most and in an equitable fashion. And so I'm very excited to have our first speaker today, Angelina Ruffin. We'll be talking a little bit about equity in grant making. She's a senior grants officer for the Kaiser Permanente Center for Gun Violence Research and Education and has decades of experience doing this work in Philadelphia and beyond. So Angelina, please come on up.
Didn't mess up my shoe though. Okay. Good morning. All right. I'm Dr. Angelina Ruffin. I'm the Senior Grants Officer for the Kaiser Permanente Center for Gun Violence Research and Education. I'm here to represent the funders. Shout out. I know I see Joyce Foundation and Fund for Safer Futures, courageous partners in this work. So like Nick said, I'm here to talk about and share a little bit about the center's equitable grant making approach, which really focuses on supporting people closest to the impacts of gun violence in studying and developing the solutions to reach it, for ending it. I always like to start my talks by just telling you my why. I am a mother of two neurodivergent sons. I'm raising them here in Philly One is 14, the other is 5. And I have witnessed how society starts attacking them very young, like even in kindergarten. My first son was kicked out of several private schools because, his preferences were viewed as defiant behavior, right? Black boys aren't given the same grace and understanding as their white counterparts. Just this morning, my husband went to my youngest son's school because they won't even allow his private one-to-one to accompany him into the space. And so it starts early. By middle school, as you know, they're viewed as threats. My son was playing just football at a park with some of his friends, mostly white, this year, right? It was in a pretty ritzy part of Philadelphia. And a white woman who was there called the police and specifically singled out my son and another Black boy. I was really lucky and grateful that there were other white parents there to intervene when the police arrived, right? Because, this could have escalated really quick. And so I just ask all of you to just sort of think about that with all that Black boys face. Like, how surprising is it that the first time gun suicide rates among Black teens have surpassed the rate of white teens, right? Specifically among the young Black males. So I have set out to show others how to apply a racial equity lens to their work, their services, in hopes that we can change these systems and the conditions and well-being for my community. In 2023, Kaiser Permanente committed $25 million to establish the center. This is in partnership with the Health Alliance for Violence Intervention, really just marrying, our belief that the solutions to gun violence really take a public health needs a public health approach, those that address systemic, those social determinants of health. And I'm not going to go into all the stats about the disproportionate impact of gun violence on Black and Brown communities. I'm sure you guys know, not going to preach to the choir. And as fellow co-laborers of this work, you know that gun violence research has been historically underfunded, right? Largely because of the Dickey Amendment that prohibited federal funding for 20 years. Now, since 2020, post George Floyd, the tide is turning. We're seeing an influx of more funds. So as the center was looking to figure out how we could make a real impact in this landscape, we tapped our Health Resources and Action colleagues to do a landscape analysis of the funding from 2020 to 2022, looking at both philanthropic and government-funded research. We wanted to look at the type of institution that was funded, whether they had a specific focus on racial equity, advancing racial equity, those sorts of things. I'll give you quick highlights from that. What was revealed was that there's a deep inequity in gun violence research funding. There was $160 million awarded for gun violence research, 75% of which was federal funding. But most of the funding, 70%, which is about 112 million of that funding, was awarded to academia. Okay, only 24% to nonprofits. And 3 academic institutions received 1/3, so 33% of the money awarded to academia. I'm not going to name names, but 3, okay? Of the 37 million that was awarded to nonprofit organizations, 54% went to 4 nonprofits, okay? And most of these recipients had operating budgets of over $100 million. Only 9%, about 12 million of the funded projects use community participatory research methods. And in terms of the PI and the demographics of the PIs who were leading this work, only a few identified as Black or Latino, and 8 out of 10 of the grant recipient PIs had doctoral degrees. So what do we learn? Smaller community-based organizations have been largely excluded from research funding. There are disparities in research funding by race and ethnicity of the lead investigators, and those disproportionately impacted by gun violence are not receiving the grants or driving the research. All right, here we go. So, like I said, we set out to do this a little differently. I often hear in my funder circles, that they want to do equitable grant making, or they say, and they say they want to do it, but operationalizing is really the hard part. And so we, again, partnered with our HIRA colleagues and hit the road to get input from researchers, community leaders, CBOs that have been historically excluded from these funding opportunities to ensure that our funding opportunity is more accessible, flexible, and validating. There is a one-page resource on our website, kpforgunviolenceresearch.org, that sort of talks through and highlights some of the framework that we use. But I'll give you some of the key ingredients to our secret sauce right now. So since its inception, we've given out $7 million, again, just since last year, $7 million in funding to a diverse group of scientists, community orgs. And what we did for our most recent opportunity in spring 2024 is what I'm going to share today. So in terms of making it accessible, we employed targeted outreach strategies. So this is not just posting or mailing or emailing the usual suspects about the opportunity, but really going out into the community, reaching out to the faith-based community, other community leaders to talk about this opportunity. We also simplified the application process. We just made it like a 2-page letter of intent, no budget, no no logic model. We really wanted to make it as easy of a lift for community-based organizations to apply. And then we also had opportunities in different categories. So like not everybody is ready for the big $500,000 grant opportunity. So we had pockets of money that were like $60,000 or $100,000. And we also gave them the flexibility to decide how they wanted to get those funds. So if they needed, most of the money in the first year to purchase a database or some software, we allowed them to do that. We also allowed funding for general operations. I know, so scary, right? Nobody wants to fund that. But for small community-based organizations, that is like so like important and life-changing, and helps to increase their capacity to do research, to demonstrate the value of their work. In our application process, we also validated those with lived experience. So we really wanted to see in the application that they have an authentic relationship with the community, that they, aren't just asking for this money to partner with a TBD community-based organization, right? We wanted to see that they are compensating those with lived experience for that experience, including them in the creation, evaluation of the program, and also telling us how they're going to disseminate the results outside of just publications. We also had a very diverse reviewer panel. Like we had community-based leaders, those with lived experience, ex-gang members, with the suicide prevention experts, the trauma surgeons, leaders of offices of violence prevention. So we really wanted it to be diverse and just allow for some genuine conversation about what is needed in the field and to review those applications. So when we announced our grantees, we had 10 this spring. You may have heard they're like not the usual suspects. They're not the typical players. We had over 260 applications, and most of them were from community-based organizations. Okay, only 24% from universities, 18% for hospitals, and 7% from government. So we got the word out to the community organizations so they could apply. Those projects that were selected were geographically spread, in majority serving urban areas. Here we go. Woo! 80% of the projects are led or implemented by community-based organizations for the ones we funded. 100% of projects target populations that are disproportionately impacted by gun violence, Black communities, Hispanic communities, Alaskan Natives. So we're proud of that. 90% of projects employ community participatory research methods and meaningfully engage those most impacted by gun violence to create their interventions. 70% of the project teams are led by people of color. And 100% of the community gun violence projects have at least one team member with lived experience with gun violence. So I'll conclude by just saying, yes, we want to advocate to expand apply. We want more funding, but let's just think about, we may not need to have equal slices for everybody, right? Maybe someone needs a toddler slice, and that's okay, because that will do wonders for a small, mid-size organization to build their capacity to do this research. I have some cards. I will be around all day if you have questions. We will be announcing another funding opportunity in the winter. So stay tuned, and thank you so much. Oh, next, you will hear from Fernando Smith from Moms Demand Action. I'm not going that way. I'm just gonna.
Imagine a world where every young person feels valued, where the streets that they come from that used to echo violence now resonates with hope. This is a possibility. It's not just a dream, and it's within our reach. As we look ahead at the opportunities and challenges in gun violence prevention and overall public safety, we can state that we are moving in the right direction. Violent crime rates are trending down. Local, state, and federal governments are investing more money than ever before towards gun violence prevention. This significantly contributes to what I see as a positive for community-based organizations. But while many applaud these lower crime rates, the communities where I come from, the communities that I represent, we don't have the luxury to pause, let alone applaud. When I first joined the Public Safety Initiative Building Blocks DC, I was told that our city was finally going to address gun violence like a public health crisis it is. I was skeptical until the late Linda Holly Harper had a conversation with me. She explained in great detail that our city needed me and many others like me. It was clear that we could not lock our way out of the problem. We needed real-world intelligence and a complete study of the public safety ecosystem, examining all factors relating to public safety. Building Blocks DC evolved into the first Office of Gun Violence Prevention. I found myself strategically involved in formulating and guiding policy creation and decision-making. Again, it felt like we were moving in the right direction. Yet, standing here now, separated from the Office of Gun Violence Prevention I helped form, I understand that moving in the right direction is not good enough. It's not good enough because young Black boys and men are still dying when we have the power, the resources, and the vision to save them. I questioned my purpose when I received a call from a mother whose son I was mentoring. Unfortunately, I knew what had happened because the scream of a mother who had lost her child had become all too familiar to me. Alante was dead. He died on the same street where I grew up 40 years ago, 3rd Street, a place we now call Third World because of his historical violence. I had promised his mom, who begged me to mentor and help him find his way, that I would pour into him and be what I wish someone had been to me. We failed him, and we continually fail so many young men like him. When I say like him, I'm speaking of those whom credible messengers and violence interrupters have reached. They have intentionally engaged and built successful relationships with individuals who may be perpetrators or victims of violence. Oftentimes, they're one and the same. We get to them and we get them to buy in, to believe that they matter, that they have a purpose, that they have a reason to live. We line them up with resources and programs that ideally sets them on a pathway to success. But when that success plan is built around systematic infrastructures of red tape, even for something as simple as obtaining a birth certificate, we fail them. In 2022, the National Institute for Criminal Justice Reform published a gun violence reduction strategic plan highlighting remarkable findings. According to their data, implementing strategic interventions can reduce gun violence by up to 50%. Yet, years later, Washington, D.C., we have failed to fully implement these strategies. Why? How many more mothers must receive the devastating call? How many more young lives must be cut short before we say enough? We have the opportunity to end gun violence. We must continue to break down walls and invest in the human resources of those who were once part of the problem because they know exactly where the cure is. The challenge is to see us as a means of solution, not just in conversation, but with genuine value, loyalty, trust, and real collaboration. We are in the trenches, fighting a good fight, and we are constantly being triggered. When Justin Robinson was recently killed, it took me back to the day when I was shot point blank range in the head. I vividly recall the police shouting at me to put my hands up while pointing their guns directly at my skull. My hands were already up, and I was baffled as to why they were commanding me to do something that I was already doing. They shot me anyway. Fortunately, I survived, but the pain and healing from being shot never goes away, especially when you have to confront the physical deformities and deal with the mental and emotional aftermath. I was shot at 19, and I'm still in therapy, dealing with PTSD today. Justin wore his Cure the Streets jacket proudly, serving his community with dedication. Like Alante, he had been previously shot, not once, but twice. Now is not a time to take our foot off the gas. We do not need division or divisive policies. We need to work alongside law enforcement as equal partners in public safety. Accountability must be adhered to across the board, from governmental agencies to community-based organizations and among all the stakeholders. This is not a we versus them fight. This is a fight that can only be won when we combine our efforts, collaborate, and institute strategic partnerships across all channels. Let's not wait for another life to be lost. Together, we have the power to change the narrative, to transform 3rd Street from Third World into a symbol of renewal and safety. The time to act is now. I urge each of you here today, community leaders, policymakers, and everyday citizens, to join hands in this crucial fight. Let's implement the strategies we know that can make a difference. Let's invest in our youth, cut through the red tape, and provide the support they need to succeed. Imagine a world where every young person feels valued, where the streets resonate with hope instead of fear. This isn't just a dream. It's a possibility within our reach. Together, we can make it a reality.
My name is Mia Trutta, and I was shot in the stomach when all I was trying to do is get an education. It was my freshman year. I had just entered my high school, and I was talking to my friends when a student I didn't know pulled a .45 caliber ghost gun out of his backpack. He killed 2, injuring 3, including myself, and then took his own life. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, said Thomas Jefferson. The founding fathers didn't own an iPhone. They didn't have a polio vaccine, and they certainly never saw an obliterated child who was shot to death by an AR-15. The right to bear arms is every of-age American's right to own a firearm, but nowhere does it recommend you own an armory. And if we're supporting the founding fathers' every word, I think it's fair to assume that the unalienable rights were far more important to them than the right to bear arms. Someone recently said that gun violence is a fact of life. Do you agree with this? No. So we know that gun violence is not a fact of life because for decades, it wasn't the norm to have school shooting drills. It wasn't the norm to meet people like me consistently, and gun violence wasn't the leading cause of death for children and teens in America. And look, I respect gun owners who deserve respect. If a doctor doesn't follow safety protocols, they lose their job. If I drive 95 miles per hour in a school zone, I lose my license. If a gun owner doesn't safely store their gun or try to use it for harm, they need to lose their right to own a gun. But we need to hold our lawmakers to the same standard. It's the same effect at any level. Someone who is not putting out policies that protect our God-given right, we must vote out because they are not doing their job. Not one person of any race or ethnicity, of any political stance or any religion, of any age, deserves a bullet to enter their body. But you know what's worse than getting shot, besides the pain both mentally and physically forever? It's knowing that my tragedy and thousands of others like mine were fully preventable. I do this advocacy to prevent more stories like mine. I do this for my little brother in elementary school who isn't the best at math, but sure knows how to hide under a desk. I do this for the thousands of women who are scared of their armed husbands, for the children who are bullied at school but have access to their dad's firearm at home. And I will continue to do this work because I know that we don't have to live this way. We most certainly do not have to continue to die this way. Remember my story when you talk to friends and colleagues. Remember my story when you speak at your local school board meetings. Remember my story if you're looking to purchase a firearm. And remember my story when you vote. We all deserve to be free from gun violence. Thank you.
I'm gonna keep this brief because I'm a little choked up. Thank you so much to Fernando and Mia for sharing your stories. Another powerful reminder of why we must do everything we can to hone our skills, learn from each other, build community, and keep fighting the good fight. So now let's move on to, I'm gonna just kind of give a preview of the rest of the agenda. Excited to do another round of breakouts. If you're interested in learning more about local and state Office of Violence Prevention, please move to the front of the room in a minute. If you're interested in investing in school-based behavioral health personnel and community partnerships to keep our schools safe, that's going to be in the back of the room once we close the partition. And if you're interested in engaging with faith-led violence prevention work, that'll be upstairs in the Chesapeake room. Then we're going to have a lunch. And then we're going to ask everybody to come back into this room at 12:30, where we're going to break off into small groups and do some interactive scenario planning to help us figure out how to achieve our goals next year, no matter what happens at the local, state, and federal elections. And then we're going to close with a panel about looking ahead to next year. And finally, our closing remarks from the ATF Deputy Director, Marvin Richardson. So we have a great day planned, but let's take a 10-minute break and then go to the breakout session of your choice. Thank you.
This time I've seen that happen.
We love technology so much. You're
Good morning, everyone. We're about to get started. If you can please take your seats. We are here to demystify what the Offices of Violence Prevention do at the local, state level and how they can interact and help support a lot of the work happening. I'm very excited for our panel today, but I will just introduce our wonderful moderator, Tim Daly. He's the Director of Gun Violence Prevention and Justice Reform at the Joyce Foundation. No stranger to the space. Welcome.
Thank you, Nick. And it's so great to see everybody. For those that I have not met, as Nick said, my name is Tim Daly. I'm the Director of the Gun Violence Prevention and Justice Reform Program based in Chicago, Illinois. I also am pleased to serve as the chair of a donor collaborative called the Fund for Safer Future. And my colleague, Talia Rivera, is here in the back of the room. Hello, Talia. Thanks for being here. And it's great to be here. It's great to be here for a few reasons. And I'll just take a quick point of personal privilege. I used to work here at the Center for American Progress, and I worked here from 2014 to 2016. And myself and a couple of my colleagues at the time, Chelsea Parsons and Eugenio Weigland and others, we helped organize the first version of this meeting. And so it's great to be back here. I've been back here many times since, but to be back here today on the 10th edition of this event. So congratulations to Nick and the team at the center, including Billy and Marlene and everybody who has spent a tremendous amount of time and energy to make these events so successful. So thank you to all of you. So just a quick word of background. Today, we are going to talk a little bit about state, local, and federal offices of violence prevention and how those offices are being utilized to reduce gun violence in our communities. This, as you know, is a fairly modern innovation and has happened at different speeds at different places across the country. And so today we're going to try and unpack as much of that as we can with a tremendous panel of folks whom we'll introduce now. To my right is Will Pickney Jr. Will is the director of the Office of Violence Prevention for the city of St. Louis, Missouri. And to his right is Heather Warnken, who is the executive director for the Center for Criminal Justice Reform at the University of Baltimore. So just a little bit more about each of them, if I may. Will here has spent more than 35 years in the criminal justice sector, promoting safety, education, policy development, and training. And as I mentioned, he's currently working in St. Louis, where he's providing strategic direction and oversight for the city of St. Louis's efforts to create safe and healthy neighborhoods free of violence. Before he served in this role, he also served as the director of the Mayor's Office of Children, Youth, and Families for the city of St. Louis. And before that, served 20 plus years as a member of the New York City Police Department and is a founder and CEO of a management and consulting firm. Heather, since 2022, has served as the inaugural executive director for the Center for Criminal Justice Reform at the University of Baltimore. For those that are less familiar, the center supports community-driven efforts to improve public safety and to address the harm and inequity caused by the criminal legal system. Prior to joining the university, she worked at both the U.S. Department of Justice, where she spent time working across federal, state, and local stakeholders, working on many of the issues that we're going to be talking about today, and also served at the Warren Institute at the University of California, Berkeley School of Law. So with that, let's jump into it. The Office of Violence Prevention. Before we talk about the offices themselves, I'm curious to hear both of your all's perspective on, well, what are the problems that people are trying to solve with this idea of the office? What is the issue at the core of the Office of Violence Prevention? So Will, maybe we'll start with you.
Good morning to everyone. Thank you for having me. This is an important conversation. In St. Louis, I could talk about the problems were coordination. Mike Brown was killed in 2014 in St. Louis, so it was sort of the ground zero of criminal justice reform. There had been numerous studies and analysis done prior to that. We had the Ferguson Commission report. We had the For Sake of All report that was written by Dr. Jason Pinnell, which talked about the conditions for Black families and Black individuals in the region. You had the Equity Indicators report. So you had the solutions, right? You had what people had done, very broad cross sections of people, including people in communities that were impacted, coming together saying, this is what needs to happen to change the narrative. So one of the challenges is how do you take all of that? Because people come in, they do that analysis, they lead these organizations, they find them. And then because they're talented, because they're rooted in those communities, because they have knowledge, they're gone, right? They get other positions that are helping them to get into the fight and to, achieve outcomes. So you just never really have a point where you stop and say, let's look at this, because now a new leader is going to come in and want to do their own analysis, want to do their own research. And it doesn't help for action, right? And people are tired of studies, analysis, and they want action, right? So you need to have a place and a coordinating body that can help to make sure that action takes place. So you're trying to solve for that problem. And I think that's most important. Obviously, crime and violence, ebbs and flows, and it was on the incline. So you're trying to obviously solve for those problems of, gunshots and homicides. And then you're trying to deal with the historical inequities and disinvestment in communities, right? So all those things play together. There are nuanced challenges there, but that's really what you're trying to solve for.
Yeah, thanks, Will. And Heather, you, as I mentioned, when you were at the Department of Justice, you were working with a number of these stakeholders, and then you were also working with the coalition to create a statewide office in Maryland. Can you speak to the same question?
Sure. Well, first of all, I want to start by saying how honored I am to be here and be a part of this conversation. And when I talk about this very hopeful and exciting development of this brand new passage of a statewide OVP in Maryland, what a beautiful coalition-driven effort this was. So as the Center for Criminal Justice Reform, we were proud to be one member of the Maryland Violence Prevention Coalition, which includes over 80 community members representing community violence intervention, public health, social services, racial equity advocates, academics coming together around the same table to build solutions. It's co-led by Marylanders to Prevent Gun Violence and Community Justice. And so a big shout out to their leadership. So again, I'm honored to kind of channel what was this incredible group effort to get this done. I would say ditto to a lot of what Will already said about the problems, and also this sort of meta problem that we actually have a lot of assets and a lot of incredible resources to bring to bear, but not a lot of coordination to really leverage them and put those pieces together. And so I think this was crescendoing for us in Maryland, and I would say a very pivotal moment that laid bare these problems and the urgency of doing something together to solve it was the devastating mass shooting at Brooklyn homes. I think for many of us who were impacted by that, who participated in the direct response to that, it was a moment where we really reached out to the Moore administration. Governor Wes Moore was then at the helm to really use this as a convening opportunity to be more strategic about where we would head. And so the coalition came together and made 3 priority recommendations. Number 1, we need to launch a statewide OVP. It was great timing because there were about 7 OVPs at the time. So we had sort of a proof of concept out there. We could point to this exciting strategy, but it was also new and exciting. We were learning from those and we were forging a new path of what that could be in Maryland. Number 2, through that new OVP that we would stand up, conduct a public health needs assessment to look statewide at what are the existing assets and what do we need to do to grow this infrastructure. And number 3, increase funding for community-based violence intervention programs. Maryland had about a $3 million investment at the time, nowhere near commensurate with the problem. And to the administration's credit, they said, let's go on all 3.
That's great. And thank you. And you had mentioned that at the time, there was about 7 of these state offices. Now there is in the neighborhood of 12, 13, 14-ish. So definitely a growth. And at the city level, there was just a handful. You were just at the national OVP network. How many cities were at that meeting?
I think about 40, a little around 40, 48 cities were represented. I think there's about 60 formal OVPs in the country now. And I think 40 of them have been created since 2020. So, wow. It's really a growing and an important approach to public safety.
Yeah, thank you. So of those, not all of those offices are the same. Some were created in statute, ordinance, executive order. Some are just announcements. When they are set up, they're set up in different places. They may be funded at different levels. Can you speak a little bit from your experiences of what have been the traits, either in your office or from your observation of other offices, that have set those offices up for success? And Heather, maybe we'll start with you, if that's okay.
Sure. One of the really important pieces of this advocacy, and which so many of the stakeholders were really in lockstep on, was the need to place this in the health department, to bring a public health approach to this, to really help right size the state's approach to violence reduction. And, it was clear in the hearings in the House and Senate, throughout the advocacy to pass the bill, there was a lot of reactions and a lot of kind of muscle memory of the system to try to claw it back, into the public safety agencies. But it was really about this continued advocacy of why it was such an important focus to put it in the health department, not to the exclusion of those. But the fact that we had that public safety infrastructure, the way that this new office could work with the Governor's Office of Crime Prevention and Policy to coordinate with law enforcement and the criminal legal response that already existed. And this was such a big part, why a Center for Criminal Justice Reform and so many criminal legal reform advocates were at the table for this effort. That, and a lot of work that we do to address the harm and inequity and stop doing things in the public safety realm that are actually causing harm for communities and are actually undermining our violence reduction efforts. What are we going to do to build up something different? What are we going to do to reimagine safety, make the investments, build that infrastructure? So we're like, this is about marrying the public safety and public health assets that we already have. There was also a lot in this advocacy that was about clearing up sort of misconceptions of what that meant. And I think there were some really powerful conversations yesterday speaking to this, including the plenary panel at the end of the day with our Secretary of Health, Secretary Herrera Scott, talking about what it means. This isn't just about health. A public health approach is bringing a different approach to the problem of how we diagnose it, how we look at the continuum of care to respond to it. And there was a lot of dispelling of myths about what that meant, in these Senate and House hearings, and how this wasn't about sort of replacing the public safety assets that we have. This was about working together to think about the problem and how to solve it differently.
Yeah, so my office was created by ordinance, which I think is really important because it is now institutionalized within the government within the city of St. Louis. So I had to create that office, which was a challenge because there is no cheat sheet. There was no, roadmap to doing that. I am in the Department of Public Safety, and I do think this is where it's a place for an important conversation because to your question, I think the most important piece is leadership, right? When you create these offices in a city, in a county, in a state, you want to have the right leadership. And I think that's more important in a sense than where it is because the public health approach is a process more than a place. And depending on the mechanics and the situation in the city you're in, is going to dictate whether that can happen. So some of the work was in the health department in the city of St. Louis, but the health department was underfunded and undersized and didn't have the expertise. And so I'm very close with the health director there, Dr. Mahdi, that she's doing great work. And she felt like it was better to be in my office in the Department of Public Safety because we had that expertise, right? So I think that you really have to think about where makes the most sense for where you are. I don't want us to get into this like zero-sum game, right? Of it has to be here or it has to be there. So I think that's most important in setting up an office. And then it's really just about thinking about what you have on the ground in terms of the work being done and changing the narrative around what public safety is. We just had a conversation. We're doing this process of developing a logo, and we brought together some young people to really help us do that. And we brought together an illustrator and just had a conversation with them and asked them what was something they thought about when they heard Office of Violence Prevention. And some of them said police. And so we have to change the narrative around what public safety means because public safety isn't police. Violence prevention isn't police. Those things are about communities and about how people feel safe and are safe and what you need to do to keep people safe. And then also about accountability. There's many ways to hold people accountable, right? And law enforcement and arrest is just one piece of that, but it's not the only way. So those are some things we need to change as we think about how to set officers up for success.
Yeah, thank you for that. And you mentioned, both of you, where these offices are located. I just want to make one plug to a recent report that the Joyce Foundation came out with this past July. We commissioned a landscape analysis of the statewide offices of gun violence prevention. At the time, there was 12. I'm happy to report that this report is already out of date. The legislature in California has already enacted a new office. Pennsylvania, as you heard yesterday, now has recreated an office. So the report is slightly out of date. But what the report does do, I think, goes into one of the questions that you just, points that you just mentioned, Will, which is that the local distinctions matter. Right? Different agencies, different cities, different states have different factors on the ground that they have to tailor these offices to. And when we put together this report, of those 12 states, about a third of them, interestingly enough, created these offices in their health department, as you mentioned. Another third or thereabouts had created it in their equivalent of like the state police or Department of Public Safety. And yet another third, if you will, created them elsewhere. Some were at their state administrating agency, the state agency responsible for getting federal grants, for example. And in Washington state, that meant the Department of Commerce, of all places. But the point being is it's so locally specific, and it has to be in order to be successful, is what I'm hearing you both say. Will, you mentioned the importance of leadership. I want to focus on that for a second. I think, Rob Wilcox and Greg Jackson, whom are here in spirit, I'm sure everybody is always actively engaged with them. And I think Greg is everywhere, so I'm sure he is somewhere here. They always talk about the proximity to the executive leadership, the president of the United States, the vice president of the United States, the mandate that they have bestowed on that office to just get, if Bob Kramer was up here, he would say, get S done. I'll say get stuff done. But that mandate is critical. Can you speak a little bit more about that leadership component? Like, how important is that mandate, and how do you leverage that in St. Louis?
Yeah, I mean, you have to have buy-in and leadership from your mayor, your governor, your county executive, whoever that chief principal is, because then the people leading these offices have that borrowed authority. Hopefully they have credibility and trust, which is really important as well. But you need that proximity. And I think anybody here, I see a lot of people around to do the work. If you're in a city, in a space where that leader is not vested completely and isn't a champion, it's a struggle. Because then you don't have the collaboration, then the police aren't sharing data, the health systems aren't sharing data, people aren't showing up for meetings, community organizations are fighting, they're going around the back of the director, out to the city council, to the board of aldermen, it's just a setup for disaster. So you really need to have as few layers between you and that chief executive as possible when you're leading these offices. I can speak to the mayor directly and the chief of staff and all of those things, because Mayor Jones, who's done a great work and whose leadership under which this office was created, is very vested in the work. And she goes out there and she speaks about it all the time. And she, which is amazing, right? So you got to be in close proximity.
How do you think about that question?
Yeah, again, I would say ditto. I mean, even though the strategy was so focused on making sure this was designed with a public health approach in mind, and through the direct leadership of the health department in coordination with the rest of the government, we wanted to keep it as close to the sun as possible. And it was so huge that the governor himself really took this on and championed this. So Wes Moore in this last session had 3 public safety bills in his package, and this was one of them. And you heard, the governor speaking directly to this. One of the others, which was profoundly related, actually, was the governor took on, again, with a very overlapping, huge, diverse coalition, a transformative bill to completely overhaul crime victim compensation in the state of Maryland in so many critical ways, including sort of untethering it from the criminal justice system and building it up as the health and healing program that it more effectively could be, in part because survivors of gun violence, in particular Black and Brown victims of gun violence, were not accessing this program. So again, to have that leadership at the top that really understood where we were headed, made all of the difference in getting this passed. And I think it will continue to make the difference in setting this up for success and the uphill climb of getting it properly funded in the months and years ahead, especially in the kind of fiscal climate and narrative around that we're in.
Thank you. We're going to talk about funding in just a minute, but let's go back to the convening role that these offices could have. And Heather, you talked a bit about, or your experience at the Department of Justice was really nested in bringing together these different stakeholders. Can you talk a bit about how you envision this office here in Maryland being able to leverage that convening role and what could come of that?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's so many different ways that having this office at the state level and with this particular approach to collaboration can be a game changer in terms of convening. But one point that I want to lift up that our secretary lifted up yesterday that I think is so key about that is making it easier for grassroots organizations and community partners to actually come to the table and partner with government. And that means, removing red tape around, disseminating grant funds, administering grant funds, removing red tape and bureaucratic morass around, partnering on data sharing agreements, really creating a table that these offices can set that make it clear we're not trying to tell community what to do, but rather we want to come together. We want to lift up resources, including the data we've collected and analyzed, and have you tell us and respond what you think that means in terms of how we can support you moving forward. So I love that piece. Again, kind of weaving together the complex process of looking at state, local, and national data, accessing what is often inaccessible data, and building that up so that we can be smarter and more strategic about the limited resources that we have. And then lastly, I'll just lift up again the way that the state, local, and hyper-local, like community, neighborhood level partners need to come together to kind of unsilo this work and look at trends and recognize how much these issues can vary. I thought it was so interesting that the secretary shared in some of their very initial data analysis efforts out of the new OVP, the different geographic trends that they were seeing, that in Western Maryland and the Eastern Shore, more of a suicide challenge to confront, whereas in some of the big cities and in Baltimore, even though we've got some amazing declines to celebrate, still more a homicide and non-fatal shooting focus, that in Prince George's County, the data was showing more women on women violence. And what are the implications of that for our local customized response?
Yeah. Will, can you offer any examples of how you've leveraged your office to convene stakeholders in the city or in the community?
Sure. So every 2 weeks, we convene all of the funded partners we have and the non-funded partners to talk about what's going on the ground, right? Because I think when you talk about convening is what do you say when you get people in the room? And that's really important because you have to really keep focused on the strategic direction, right? In doing this work, in my office, and I think in many, you're focusing specifically on people who are actively engaged in violence, people who have been shot, and people who are at high risk of being shot. And anybody in this room probably knows as you're dealing with community organizations, they often want to go where they want to go, right? And you have to really keep focused because consistency is important in any approach to, public safety and really important in this one. So we convene those people. We've convened reentry organizations around what were gaps and challenges in serving people and their families who are returning from incarceration. We just did a focus group recently because out of that convening came some discussions about how do you support families of people returning from incarceration. And it's something that hasn't really been happening in St. Louis, and I don't know of other places, but we're going to start these family support meetings, right? So we convene people there. We convene behavioral health partners, right? And not only do we convene people, but I make sure we're in convenings because this work is about drawing threads between what is going on already, right? We don't want to create a new meeting and to convene people when there's a meeting that already taken place that we can become a part of. So convening people in the behavioral health space around crisis intervention and trauma, convening hospital partners around how are we engaging people who are have severe mental health issues and are, in crisis. And what do we do when they're in crisis to keep them safe and people around them safe? convening young people who serve young people, and to think about how do we create safe spaces, how do we bring in influencers to lift up what is already happening so youth can join that, but then can we also support the facilitation and creation of events so that we can have young people join and be safe. So there's all kinds of convening going on, whether you're convening as an OVP yourself because you're able to bring people to the table because you're a neutral partner and a neutral convener, or whether you're taking part in it to understand what's going on so we're not reinventing the wheel.
Thank you both for those answers. I'll say when we did that report that I mentioned earlier this summer, we subsequently then convened ourselves, all of the state OVPs, to just have a kind of a discussion of best practices and learned experience in the sort. One of the things that really struck us is that, a lot of these offices, you're only one or two people, right? Sometimes more, sometimes even less, gosh sakes. But what's interesting is that at the state level, at least, there's a number of assets that are focused on preventing gun violence. Maybe in the Department of Health already, there's some data collection underway. Or maybe at the state administrating agency, they're getting grant funding from the feds to do some program. But given the limitations of government, oftentimes these entities are completely siloed, perhaps even unaware of each other. And so what we found in pulling together this report was just how important it was to just put all these folks in the same room. And but for that office doing it, they would not be in the same room. I don't know if that's been your experience too, Heather, and what you've seen. Like, have you seen that where even going back to your DOJ days where, these silos exist within government and you like, how do they break those silos?
Yeah, it's so hard because oftentimes it's not like we need more meetings. Sometimes it's like meeting fatigue, but are we actually convening them in the right way? And I think, especially, for example, in violence reduction work, the complex relationship with information sharing across the criminal justice system and law enforcement and community-based efforts, and sometimes the information only needing to flow, one way for very strategic reasons. When I was still at DOJ, I had the great privilege of leading a citywide assessment in Baltimore on the response to victims of violence. And this was, we produced about a 90-page, pretty harrowing report full of findings about all the ways that not only were victims of violent crime, in particular Black victims of gun violence, who were more likely to be criminalized than seen and served as survivors, but all the ways that the system was breaking down because of that lack of coordination. And we produced 21 recommendations in that report. And now the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement to this day convenes a regular meeting, bringing together the HVIPs, Community Violence Intervention Programs, community and criminal justice system-based victim services, and other relevant stakeholders, coming together around the same table to try to take on one by one the recommendations of this report and how can we advance it. And now we have the opportunity with the state OVP to think about the implications and pieces of this that are not just specific to Baltimore, that we could be thinking about on a statewide level.
Yeah. Let me press a little bit further on that piece, because you also spoke to another issue that I think has come up around these offices of violence prevention, especially at the city level. A lot of it is community violence intervention related or community specific. At the state level, there are broader questions. Can you just say, when you all and your partners, whom you so gratefully outlined at the outset there, because there were so many people involved in this effort to bring about this office in Maryland. Can you speak a little bit about the breadth of the scope or the issues that the office was designed to address?
Yeah, I think it was intentionally very broad, because what we're missing is sort of that convening level that can put the different pieces together. Of course, on the flip side of that is the challenge of kind of mission creep and having it be a little bit overwhelming. But I think especially at a state level office, they really have the ability to really understand how we can work better at the intersections of these siloed areas of, for example, gun crime, gun violence related to homicide and non-fatal shootings and suicide, community violence and the domestic violence, sexual assault space where gun violence is an issue. I mean, there's so many areas and worlds that are deeply and profoundly interconnected, but that we often separate. I think from where I sit in criminal legal reform, I think we talk a lot about the importance of bringing together a public safety and public health approach. And the governor says all the time, you know, we've got to take this all of the above approach. I don't think we talk openly and honestly enough and work enough at the intersections about the things we are getting wrong in the public safety realm that are undermining our violence reduction efforts. And even in spaces like this, you know, I often don't see a lot of my colleagues in criminal justice reform in the same spaces of gun violence prevention and vice versa. And we have not only a lot of opportunity of common ground, but we also have some really hard tensions to work through. Like our response to gun violence will not work without systemic legitimacy. And there are very serious threats to systemic legitimacy that the criminal justice reform space is trying to take on, and racial equity. There are also really uncomfortable realities about racist and disparate enforcement on gun laws. And you know, we don't want to create tensions. We want to create allies across people that are working for common ground. So I see an opportunity with statewide OVPs to really step up and set tables where we can have those hard conversations.
That's great. Thank you for that. And, you know, Will, I did you dirty. I shouldn't have said you work just on community violence intervention, because as I was listening to Heather, I'm remembering you talking about how you've engaged also like the co and alternative response, you know, efforts in the city. And you've also leveraged even some of the community policing work. Can you just speak a little bit more about that in terms of like how you fold all those things together?
Yeah, sure. And I think it comes down to this is a block by block fight. You have to be in community. You have to be in the places in community where violence is most prevalent in your city every day. And that's where you're going to find the answers. That's where you're going to understand what needs to be done, to your point about this isn't just about CVI and CVI in the sense of violence interruption programs. Yeah, we fund that. But we also fund reentry work. We also fund youth diversion work where we're trying to engage youth who have been engaged by the system. We also do preventative youth programming. We also do crisis intervention work. We have a co-responder program. We have a call diversion program. We have a community center response that doesn't involve police. We fund organizations that do provide counseling. We fund organizations that deal with domestic violence survivors. But you only really understand what needs to be done in a comprehensive, holistic way. We talk about root causes, right? And addressing root causes. We talk about public health approaches, right? And this is going to sound maybe somewhat corny, but you got to move from rhetoric to results, and you got to move from agenda setting to action. People are tired of hearing all that in community. How do you develop legitimacy and trust? By being in community every day, not when something happens, but just being there. And the first time you're there, somebody's looking at you like, who are you? What you doing? All of a sudden they find out you're bringing information, you're raising awareness. This is free. You can come and get information and food and hear music and all of that stuff. Or we do peace marches in St. Louis. We were actually marching around talking about peace and rallying everybody and recognizing those impacted by violence. And nobody got shot. Like, we're not just here because, you know, God forbid, a 12-year-old got shot and now we want to come and everybody's outraged. That's how you do it. And it has to be broad and comprehensive. And when you do that, you develop all the other stuff. Then it's easy to convene people. Then you have champions. It's not easy work now. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying like every day is, you know, rainbows and unicorns, because it's not. But, you know, that is what this work is about. And that's why it has to be broader than that. And yeah, there's this tension between law enforcement and police and community violence intervention work and OVPs. Police are a part of public safety. That's not changing anytime soon. That doesn't mean they have to be the predominant actor. That doesn't mean we have to rely on them. I'm a former cop. I did bail reform in St. Louis, and I've done an OVP. I understand what's going on. And I understand it because I grew up in communities. I grew up in the projects in the Bronx. But I was also a 22-year-old who joined the police force. And the day that we got our gun and shield, one of the people in my class went home and killed herself. I was the same person that one of the first calls I went on was a double homicide of a young woman and a young man that was done by a 14-year-old. I'm the same person that, you know, got really close to a young woman who was working like myself as a police officer, and her partner at the time and had to realize and miss her because he went home or they went in her house together and he killed her and then killed himself. So anybody that grows up in communities, in inner city communities, rural communities where there's disinvestment and all that, we all have trauma. I have trauma from that stuff. Like, you don't realize it in the moment. I'm a tough guy. I can show you everything that shows like this guy doesn't care about any of this. Of course I do. It's inside. And that just what drives me to do what I do. So, this is what we need. We need that passion. We need to understand what the landscape is, and we can't get caught up in, what is happening on the ground in a local OVP. Like, I can't get caught up in what the gun laws are in Missouri and what's happening with the police and what do people think about all that, block by block. Every day when someone gets killed, we had a quadruple shooting with 3 people dead. That's what matters. And what can I do in that moment to deal with that situation? So hopefully,
Thank you. Thank you for that. We are running short on time. We want to make sure we have time for questions from the audience. So one more question for me before we transition, which is, we've talked, as you said, the rainbows and the unicorns. Is that what you said about the thing? But it's not that. There are challenges to this approach. There are obstacles. Some of those are funding. Some of those are structural. That government doesn't always operate well. Can you both speak to what you view as the key obstacles that your offices or the offices you help create, how you've tried to do, what those are and how you've tried to address them? We'll start with you and then Heather will finish.
We don't have a deep enough bench. We don't have enough organizations committed to doing this work and serving people who are actively involved in gun violence, active shooters. I'll go back to that. Those organizations that do exist don't have enough people that are able to do that work. And there's not enough focus on the wellness of the people doing that work in those organizations. That's the biggest challenge.
I mentioned this before, and we'll double down on the funding challenge and really investing to set this new office up for success. The initial kind of ask was more in the realm of $10 million. By the time it got over the finish line, more like $2 million. So we have a long way to go, especially in this kind of fiscal narrative climate, that things that have a big fiscal note are going to be kind of dead on arrival in the next legislative session. Really building the case for why it is actually cost effective to invest in this work in a meaningful way, because unaddressed trauma and all the things we are getting wrong have a much bigger price tag. So I think that we've posted for the executive director position, some of the research position, and I think building up the different arms of this new OVP through the grants administration project. I think there's a lot of advocacy ahead. And one other point that I want to mention about what a challenge I think lies ahead is, I think one of the most important things that these offices do, as we've been talking about, is really this coordination, the bringing people together, the better situational awareness of what the landscape looks like across the state. That's actually really hard to measure. And yet, the legislators in Annapolis that made the decision about whether to pass the bill in the first place, that'll make decisions about how to fund it, they want to see metrics that show me what you're doing is working. And I think we need to be more creative and more holistic and more community driven about what those numbers that we put on the table look like, because it's not just reduction in crime rates, especially because we know, so much victimization and trauma goes unreported to systems and is hard to measure. So I want to think more for the future about how we demonstrate our success through that lens.
Great. Thank you both. We have a little bit of time for questions for those that might have them. Our friend Billy here will help us. Do you want them to come to you, or what do you prefer?
No, I'll walk around.
Okay, great. Well, let's start right here in the front. We'll go here first, and then Jeremy will come to you second.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for this panel. This has been fantastic. So just very quick questions for each of you that are specific. So first, Wilford, some of our most effective investments are going to be in things like streetlights, in parks, right? In things that are going to require government action at the local level. And so I know that a big function of your office has been to fund community-based organizations that are doing the amazing work you were describing. Curious how you interact with government agencies that have a role to play in making those sorts of infrastructure investments in the community. And then Heather, loved what you were saying about the intersection of the criminal legal advocacy space and this gun violence prevention space. I come out of the criminal legal advocacy space, to be clear. Interested in the thinking around the violence prevention frame as opposed to a slightly broader community safety frame, if the goal was to marry those movements together, in part because I think there are functions, even like the alternative crisis response, alternative approaches to traffic enforcement that wouldn't classically be thought of necessarily as violence prevention, but are certainly a part, I think, of that broader reimagining of safety through that kind of intersectional frame.
Great questions. Who, you want to go first?
Sure. So I work really well with other government agencies. This goes back to the mayor being connected to the work and being a champion of the work. We have regular cabinet meetings where I interact with people. This goes back to people, right? So it's about relationships. And I'll just add that we also fund something called a public safety collaborative, which is a meeting of community members who look at infrastructure. And, so they're looking at places where there's high volume of crime and looking at infrastructure related causes for that, right? Vacant buildings, street lights and all of those things. So that's another way in which through that work, which is coming from community, which is driven by data. So they get data directly from the police department. That helps highlight where there needs to be better collaboration between my office and those other city agencies.
Can you just say one more thing to that question? Because we talked earlier about proximity, right? And you having the authority of the mayor to do something. You mentioned then in the answer to that question, being in that cabinet meeting, right? Can you just say, like, I'm presuming that that cabinet official recognizing that you are acting on behalf of the mayor, like, matters, right? Can you just talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, it does. And so that cabinet meetings is all the department heads and the mayor and her staff and all of that, right? And so you're meeting for a variety of reasons. But yeah, it is really important to run, number one, let them know what's going on with my office and what we're seeing, because they're all busy every day and doing whatever they do, right? And so everybody's sort of got blinders on. But that's also where you get to develop relationships, right? Because they may do it because I call up and they know the mayor cares about this, but they're going to do it even quicker if I call up and as will, and we have a great relationship, right? So this is about relationships in community and in government.
Thank you. Other place.
I love that question. And yes, I'm totally with you. I think we're still learning sort of what are the frames and the messaging that can help kind of build bridges across these worlds. And I think that the community safety is a big part of that. And, one of the areas of kind of advocacy and strategy here is finding the areas of common ground that are bringing people to the table. So here's a very specific example: clearance rates. We have a crisis of low clearance rates. We also have horrible racial disparities and zip code disparities on sort of the response to the solve rates on violent crime, and the different aspects of that bring people across the violence reduction and criminal legal and racial equity spaces together to think about how we build up partnerships that build trust and legitimacy for the system. And another powerful tool, the Vera Institute of Justice has engaged in a lot of public safety messaging polling. And some of these results, I think, are really powerful and can provide some really effective scripts to help both message to kind of media and public, but also the stakeholder communities of those who are doing this work to come together. And this idea of being serious on safety. And this, as someone who so often, because I care so much about reducing violence, because I care so much about the victims it impacts every day, is why I fight, certain strategies on the criminal justice side that are inequitable or that are not effective, and then get sort of confronted with that we're not serious about safety, and it couldn't be further from the truth. So I thought that was really powerful. And to be really specific in sort of how this has played out in some recent advocacy efforts in Annapolis, there was a bill 2 sessions ago that was sort of championed as this big centerpiece of the gun violence reduction effort to increase prison terms for first-time unlicensed gun possession from 3 to 5 years. Because the people carrying guns in community aren't taking the penalties seriously. And instead of incarcerating them in local jail, we need to send them further away from home to state DOCs so they really feel the penalties and put down the guns. All the while, in plain sight, not addressing the unaddressed trauma and fear about why people were carrying in the first place. The mountain of literature we're sitting on at this point that sending people further from home and disconnecting them from their families is terrible for recidivism because you send them back, you know, more vulnerable from where they started. The literature on deterrence, that there's a very big difference versus certainty of consequences versus severity of consequences. And we had a ton of laws on the books that if they actually worked more effectively and people had trust in the system and wanted to collaborate on solving crime, would have all the penalties anyone could ever want. And instead, we were wasting time making harsher penalties that would undermine public safety and repeatedly getting confronted in Annapolis for fighting that bill and trying to invest in strategies that we know work as not being serious on safety. I will give one more example. Crime victim compensation. We've talked a lot at this summit about it. We just passed this huge bill in Maryland to transform this program. I don't think we're talking enough across the criminal legal reform and GVP space around how problematic it is to fund these survivor support benefits with fines and fees levied on the backs of poor families who are over-criminalized and cycling in and out of the system to fund victim compensation benefits. It's not a sustainable source of funding. It's not an equitable source of funding, and it props up this tired, old, problematic, false dichotomy between who are victims and survivors and who are people that are being ensnared in the criminal justice system. And it has to change. It is the one piece of our effort in Maryland that we couldn't get done this year, again, because everyone's clinging to revenue sources like, how are we going to fund this if we don't charge poor people for their criminal justice system fines and fees that they're not able to pay anyway. So we got to come together with our budget folks to ground truth the actual math around this, and we got to advocate differently, and we got to do it together.
Thank you for that, Heather. Thank you for the question. Let's go to Jeremy next, and we'll get one more here. Yep.
Thank you, everyone, for wonderful insights. I wanted to talk to you. This is probably directed more at Heather. I want to talk to you about the boogie down later. So, so in my former life, we had helped build the first ever Office of Gun Violence Prevention in New Haven. And we did a series of listening sessions and we talked to the community. One of the biggest complaints that we had gotten from the communities was there's a giant institution in New Haven, Connecticut, academic institution. We touched on this at the last panel, and they were wondering how we can engage more with those types of big institutions. And I want to applaud you for what you're doing within the law school. Do you have any insights on how we can develop those partnerships better so that they are helping the communities and also actively involved in creating these Office of Gun Violence Preventions?
Yeah, I love this question. Two kind of responses come to mind. One, the way that OVPs can bring together those institutional partners. I mean, we in Maryland just have a wealth of world-class universities like Johns Hopkins. We've got the new Progress Center at University of Maryland. There's so many assets to bring to bear, but I think also while simultaneously recognizing the harm that some of those academic institutions have perpetuated in being not only part of the solution, but sometimes part of the problem. And the way that sort of that ivory tower and the disconnected approach to research has failed to produce the type of information and most importantly in the values-driven way that we're trying to head with this work. So some of you who were here yesterday may have heard Dr. Joe Richardson, one of the heads of the Progress initiative at University of Maryland, talking about their design justice effort to really bring a community participatory approach to their gun violence reduction work. I think leadership like that is so huge for answering this question in terms of different types of academic partnerships. I will also lift up and give a huge shout out to the Black and Brown Research Collective that was just launched to really lift up scholars, Black and Brown scholars, community-focused research, and who gets to be PIs, like who gets to actually get access to the funding to do this work, which for so long has sort of been rigged with a certain set of rules that privilege certain institutions and certain people at those institutions.
And if I can add to that, I agree with everything you were saying in the premise of the question, but this may also be an unpopular view. I think that the universities have an important role to play here too. You know, in Colorado, for example, they have a statewide office, and the University of Colorado is their principal research partner. And that partnership is essential because the office, as we've talked about, is an office of one or two people. They have a limited budget, much short of what they originally requested, but it's what they got. And if they didn't have that research capacity to be able to, you know, collect data, perhaps evaluate some of the work that they're doing, they would have an impossible job justifying future expenditures or future budget requests in the sort. So I hear everything you're saying, but I guess I'll take the unpopular view to say, like, we also have to find a way to work with these historical research partners or entities because they have a tremendous wealth of experience in my point of view. I think we have time for maybe one or two more questions. We'll go here in the middle.
And I absolutely agree with that, Tim.
Hi, my name's Carol Comito. I live here in DC. I work with some women's organizations, and I'm personally trying to work on gun violence prevention within those organizations. First, thank you. I appreciate everything that you're saying. I think I see a problem, and it goes across any kind of organization, anywhere, anything, and that is, and you touched on it, but the word communication. We are not communicating enough, and I know everybody's doing great work, but to the public, I mean, I think if you went out on a street right now, and here's my example that's a pet peeve of mine, the government has an Office of Gun Violence Prevention, the federal government, and if you went out there right now and asked anybody, I think, they don't even know it exists. We all do. It's all part of a bubble. So if anybody has a connection to them, please tell them they need to communicate better. And I just hope that they realize that, because it's important that our government is seen as doing something. And that's really what I wanted to bring forward.
Well, how do you handle that in St. Louis?
Yeah, I mean, you're always going to find, I mean, you can go out, canvas and do all the things, put out literature, hand out literature, and there's always going to be people that don't know. I do think you have to communicate as much as you can continually, not be frustrated by that. I also think you have to produce results. I'll go back to that, right? If you can produce results and then tie yourself to those results, then that helps, right? But the challenge is, because many offices don't have a lot of people, because people are doing this work that's really hard and time consuming, they often don't have, and I can speak about myself for this, right? You don't often think about saying, hey, look at us, we're doing XYZ, we're here. You're just trying to do work. We do something every month called a kickback in the community every third Saturday of the month. And then we've been doing it since April of last year. And I can tell you, we didn't have any signs or literature around that this is the St. Louis Office of Violence Prevention. We weren't having the DJ announce, hey, thank you for coming to the St. Louis Office of Violence Prevention. Like, because you don't think about that, because I'm just happy that people are showing up, and I see a lot of kids. One park we went to, we were setting up, and the kids are like, what's going on? Oh, we're going to have an event today. And the kids, wow, yeah, we can go play in the park, because they can't normally play in the park. So that's more important to me. I mean, it shouldn't be maybe, but that's more important to me than saying, hey, look at us. We're here. We're doing this great work, right? And so it's a tough balance, but you're right. It does need to be better communication.
We are unfortunately at time. I know we could talk about this for a long time, but we'll be around. A few final things. First, I want to thank our amazing panelists for joining us today. If you could join me in that. Second, if you are interested in learning more about these offices, a few resources I want to flag. We mentioned the National Institute for Criminal Justice Reform. They have a network of these offices of violence prevention. Their website, again, National Institute for Criminal Justice Reform, has more information about these approaches. Also, our hosts here at the Center for American Progress recently released a report on city-based city offices approaches. And then lastly, I'll just make one more plug for the Joyce Foundation's report on state offices of gun violence prevention. I have a couple of them with me here, if anybody would like one for their plane ride home, or you can find it on our website at joycefdn.org. Thank you so much for joining us, and we look forward to the rest of the conference.
Now going to break for lunch and reconvene at 12:30.
Okay. You gotta be in the middle. I think you gotta be in the middle.
Good afternoon, everyone. There's plenty of seats up near the front if you want. I want to thank everyone for participating in the scenario planning exercise. I hope you enjoy the time to excuse to meet some new people, mix up the groups, and then hopefully you can take this exercise and modify it for your own communities, your own organizations as you kind of plan ahead and to how to accomplish your goals. So for everyone that was able to make it through the full 2 days, we got a really nice treat to finish off today. We have 4 incredible women on the stage that are going to talk about some of the opportunities and challenges they see for the gun violence movement. This is really going to play off into the scenario planning we just did. So we were all thinking about what's next, what's ahead. And there's only one person I thought of that could do justice to this, Nicole Golden, Executive Director of Texas Gun Sense.
Thank you so much. I'm so pleased to be up here with these amazing leaders and to be moderating this panel on behalf of my work at the state level at Texas Gun Sense, which I don't have to tell you, because I'm sure you know, is a hard place to work, but an important place to do important work, and especially in partnership with the organizations that these leaders lead. I have a unique story, which is that you've probably heard Shannon Watts talk about the moms who joined the Facebook page. After Sandy Hook, I was one of those moms. And I started the Austin group with another woman, Austin Group of Moms Demand Action, and it changed my whole life. And I ended up at Texas Gun Sense, and I'm so glad to be where I am, and it's because I joined that movement. So I'm gonna go ahead and let each of these leaders introduce themselves, and then we'll move on to our questions.
Right, thank you. My name is Emma Brown. I'm the Executive Director of Giffords. Thank you all so much for being here. It's always so much fun to get to spend time with Angela and Chris and Nicole. I actually took this job in January of this year. My background is in electoral politics and campaigns. And you know, as I have gotten started here and spent time traveling across the country and meeting a lot of you in states and in DC, I said this to some of you last night, but it's been tremendous to just understand like the depth of expertise and experience that exists in GVP to be able to come together in spaces like this one. And I do just want to add, you know, obviously we represent 3 groups today, but really want to recognize that there are dozens, if not hundreds of groups on the ground in this room doing all of the work day in and day out. And we are really appreciative of you and excited about the conversation today. So thank you.
Thank you. So I'm Angela Farrell-Zabala, the Executive Director of Moms Demand Action, and my good friends to either side of me, they're so good that they didn't even give me the memo that it was green. We're so aware. So I have a bone to pick with them about that. But I have been with Everytown for Gun Safety for over 5 years, a little over 5 years, and I've been in this role as leading Moms Demand Action for about 1.5 years. Really excited about it, and as Emma's stated, it's just been incredible to be a part of this work and just see the work that's happening across this country, the innovation, and also I just have to name survivors. It's the heart and soul of our movement. And really it's what gets me up every day and motivates me to continue to fight and do this work, because I see survivors every single day living this, doing this, even though they've seen this devastation in their families or communities. So I'm so proud to be here. I come out of just social justice and organizing work. I've been in so many different movements: immigration, reproductive rights, LGBTQI rights, so you name it. And I'm just happy to be a part of this movement with all of you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Chris Brown. I'm the president of Brady United Against Gun Violence. I come to this as someone who in their early 20s got to work on Capitol Hill. So I'll age myself. That was in the 90s. And during that time, Jim and Sarah were up on the Hill all of the time, because it took 6 years and 7 votes, a while, to get the Brady law passed. And so I got to meet them, and as a young staffer was just so impressed with the way that they approached that work, which at the time, Brady was one of the only organizations out there. Now we're in a completely different space. So I came back to this cause in 2016 when I joined Brady as a consultant, and then became president of Brady in 2018. And I've really seen the movement grow and change and really set the agenda rather than reacting to the agenda. And it feels like a really great place to be, knowing that it's not just us, women, leaders of these national organizations, but all of you, all of us working together as a movement to end gun violence. And that's a really exciting place to be. So thank you so much for having us.
Thank you all. So I'm going to just go ahead and dig in. This is a big year, right? And so we're really curious to know what each of you think is one opportunity for 2025 that you're particularly excited about, but also one challenge that keeps you up at night. Want to go ahead, Emma?
Yeah, I can lead off. So I think when we are thinking about opportunities for 2025, of course, we're sitting here today, less than 6 weeks away from a major presidential election. Vice President Harris running very confidently and in a forward-looking way on our issue, which has never happened before, in the history of presidential politics, and can't be overstated, I think, in its impact. So, since I get to go first, I'll take the easy answer and say that I'm most looking forward to an opportunity to work with her and with her administration if and when we are successful here in just a few weeks. When I think about a challenge, for a long time, I looked at this issue from a political standpoint, and I spent a lot of time looking at public opinion research for the most part. And it always struck me that there was more consensus, which people in this room know this better than anyone. There's more consensus on this issue than in almost any other issue, right? Like getting support numbers in the mid-90s is unheard of, in repro and climate, in any other issue. And it was really hard for me to understand the question that I think a lot of people get caught on, which is if we have such astronomical public support for these policies, like what is the problem? What is sitting in between public opinion and public policy in this country? And taking this job and getting to know the issue better, it became really obvious to me, and I think this is something that all of our organizations are working on, is that there is something sitting in the middle of those two things, and that's the gun industry. And the industry's immunity from civil liability and the way that it's been able to turn that immunity into sales and into an extreme set of marketing practices that have really turbocharged the crisis and made it hard for us to hold them accountable. So when I think about, the biggest challenge, I also would argue it's a huge opportunity for us. I think our organizations are taking on the industry in a way that it has never been taken on before. We are starting to win, in Buffalo, in state legislatures where we're passing, accountability laws in litigation across the country. So I think there's a lot of opportunity there, but until we can really crack the code of the industry, it's going to remain a core challenge for us.
Thanks. I'm going to piggyback a little on that because we're on the same vibe here. Before I get to the industry part, I will say really excited about our opportunity with the volunteers across our network and country that we've been able to, they have on their own started to run for office. And a few years back, we started our own program, Demand a Seat, to have folks from the very hyper local all the way up to Congress running for office and running incredible campaigns to win. So I think that's it's great opportunity because when we build a bench of leaders that have the courage to step up and act and understand what our communities need and come from our movement, it's just so incredible what has happened. We've seen this happen across many states, Michigan, Minnesota, Colorado. We have lots of people there. And in fact, in Virginia, just the last cycle, I think 1 in 5 our Democratic House caucus are our own Moms Demand Action volunteers, which is really incredible because once we have them in, we can get right to work. And that has us open for, as you named, we're also very excited about industry accountability. This is something when we think about $9 billion a year they're raking in and creating products that are devastating communities. They could be innovating towards safety, but instead they're making deadlier products. We've seen other industries, car manufacturers for seatbelts, right? We've seen pharma with pill bottles. And when you hold them to account on litigation, public awareness, then we have them make changes. So I'm excited to be working with leaders across this movement and holding them accountable. As far as a challenge that keeps me up at night, I will say is it's always for me as an organizer thinking about how we keep folks motivated and sustain this movement, because it's a marathon and it's exhausting. It's traumatizing. We have survivors that have had so much taken from them. And it can feel, especially in some states, it feels like you're just pushing a mountain up a mountain. So how we keep motivating folks and give them opportunities to dig in and do this work in a way that feels like we're moving forward, even if we have some losses, we're losing forward or gaining momentum is really important.
I completely agree with everything that's been said. And I think that in terms of opportunity, I'll answer it two ways. One, as someone who's a veteran campaigner herself, I started on the campaign trail when I was 5 years old with my mother, who ran for office twice, not successfully, but I love the campaign trail. And so I'm very focused on this election. I hope that we have what I call a gun violence prevention trifecta. And I know from some of the scenario planning, you all were thinking about that, and really eager to hear how some of those sessions went. As I told someone, for those of you who were in the session, I think Nicole said she was there, where it's at two-way extremist potential scenario. I hope they gave you a lot of Tums for those discussions. But that is the incredible opportunity that we have. I completely agree with Emma. I mean, Joe Biden has been incredible on our issue, and we owe him in this movement a huge debt of gratitude. But Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are leading on this on the campaign trail in a way that I don't think our movement has ever seen. And that is not only important for the substance of it, it's really generating a lot of energy and hope and enthusiasm out there. And I love to see that. And I think of that as tailwinds, winds beneath our wings. The thing that makes me nervous, that keeps me up at night, is the filibuster. And just getting real with everyone, including all of those people across the country who are doing the work day in and day out, who need to know that's a headwind. Even if we get this magical trifecta, the gun violence prevention majority in the House and the Senate, in the Senate, you have to have 60 votes unless there's an exception. So we have to be thinking about that and being very mindful that our cause relates to the #1 killer of kids. And so for me, how I like to think about it is there's always room for policy. The federal level, all of these gains at the state level, 9 bills now signed into law across the states that are giving us the opportunity to litigate against gun manufacturers. Yes, I love that. But we also need to think about our issue holistically, and our organizations do, as a public health epidemic. That means better enforcement of the law, and that means better programs. And I hope that we can continue that momentum and not have folks feel disinvested if the political system doesn't deliver for us all of the wins we so rightly deserve. But there's a lot of opportunity to make a difference, and we all have to keep that in mind.
Yeah, we talk a lot in Texas about making sure people don't get so despairing that they give up hope. We can't afford for people to do that. So I have a question for you, Angela, specifically. Moms has an incredible network of advocates across the country. Can you tell us some of the most successful ways in which your volunteers are building partnerships with organizations and advocates and on the ground?
Yeah, thanks for that question. I'm actually really proud of the work that we've done here, because if you recognize gun violence as a public health issue, as you said, that means there's a multitude of approaches we have to take. It also means that the roots are so different, especially as it disproportionately impacts Black and Brown communities. And so what we can offer, as Moms Demand in every town is not enough. We need the ecosystem to be involved. And so when we have our groups on the ground doing this work in partnership, we know that they're also working with folks that can deliver services to folks and make sure that they can meet their basic needs, whether it's housing, food, education, all of those things, because those are parts of what, when we look at some of the symptoms and we look at some of the reasons we have some of the gun violence in communities, some of these are unaddressed needs, and some communities have been divested in completely or underinvested in. And so it's important that we are in partnership with folks that can offer those. We all bring our talents and skills so that we can cover the entire map. We can do everything we need to not just have the good policy and legislation that we need for communities, but the healing that needs to happen in these communities as well, and make sure that it's sustainable, that they can continue to thrive, not just survive, like barely survive. So that's important. But I'm also proud of the work that we've been doing, particularly with our Be Smart program. So for our secure storage program, we've been partnering with the ecosystem. So whether it's school systems, health systems, law enforcement, just to make sure that folks understand, because we are talking to gun owners, we're talking to responsible gun owners, and making sure everybody understands that they have a role to play in this crisis. And just last weekend, I think, or a weekend before, we were handing out free gun locks. So these are the ways that we are seeing partnership and making sure that everybody's hands are on deck and that we all have something to offer, because this crisis is too big for just like, it's me, it's you, it's all of us together in this.
Thank you. Chris, I'm going to send this over to you. Brady's been around a long time. You spoke about that, and is a really valuable resource. What are some of the lessons learned over the years that you feel can support our collective hopes for 2025?
Love that question. Yeah, we have been around for a long time. When Jim and Sarah, after Jim was shot and Jim and Sarah were reflecting on how they wanted to get engaged and get involved, they joined a pre-existing organization, Handgun Control, Inc. So if you look at the entire history of Brady, we've been at this for about 50 years, long time. And I would say the biggest lesson learned, but it feels a bit more recent, and Angela alluded to this, Emma also talked about this, is, of course, we care about policy. That's Jim and Sarah Brady cared about policy deeply. Remember in '93, when they got the Brady law passed, they didn't say, okay, that took 6 years and 7 votes. Let's go retire to the beach in Delaware. They passed with the House and Senate, obviously, the assault weapons ban the very next year. That's amazing to me. So part of the lesson learned for us is really more is better. And you take a win and you build on those wins right away. And I see us doing that across this country on our issue, even just thinking about extreme risk protection laws, right? Over 20 states and DC have those laws now, and they were sort of not something that was even around a decade or so ago. So those things I think are very important, but also in terms of Brady's legacy, we also really thought about the direction our organization wants to go nationally 5 or 6 years ago and said, this is a public health epidemic. If you look at any other public health epidemic, drunk driving, right? Smoking, teen pregnancy, every successful approach to those kinds of epidemics, and ours is an epidemic, involve 3 things: better policy, better enforcement of the law, and cultural norm change. And actually, if you look at those movements, what is most successful in terms of a lens and how we think about it now, reflecting on policy, is culture change can lead. Culture change can lead. And for our issue, the politicization of the issue, if you will, has not served anyone's interests, because across this country, we know whether you're a Republican or a Democrat, a gun owner, a non-gun owner, a red state or a blue state, you're not for gun violence, right? And so a lot of what we're thinking about at Brady is our End Family Fire campaign. It's a nationwide advertising campaign around safe storage, our Show Gun Safety work that's going to Hollywood and changing and transforming how guns are portrayed in TV. Because guess what? 76% of Americans believe everything that their character of their favorite show says, compared to that to the Supreme Court with about a 7% approval rating, right? So that's the lesson learned, is that policy and politics will always play a role. But I think leading on culture change is the way that we're going to get the bigger wins.
Thank you. Great answers. So Emma, there's been, a lot of talk this week and this year about partnerships and also getting the voices out that we need to be heard. And so to that end, who's Giffords engaging with in order to build long-term success in your view?
Yeah, it's a great question. Well, so I want to first say that I think one of the key evolutions of this issue is the fact that it has started to really be understood as not an issue that exists in a silo, right? It's the leading cause of death for children in the United States. It is now a public health crisis officially as of this summer. And I think we have increasingly, as a movement, as an ecosystem, been making the case that like if you care about kids in this country, you care about guns. If you care about domestic violence, you care about guns. Black maternal health, you care about guns, right? Reproductive freedom, you care about guns. And so I think as we're thinking about other issue areas that we can engage with, Giffords went out of its way this year to partner with Reproductive Freedom for All and Citizens United, democracy and reproductive freedom groups at the convention to really make the case that like these are issues that are fundamentally about freedom, right? That's the vice president's frame on it. More freedoms, not less. The freedom to live in a country without gun violence. So I think that there is a necessary widening as we think about how our issue intersects with other issue areas. So that's probably the first place I'd start. The second place I think is just the importance of having a wide coalition when we think about what it takes to succeed at a state level. So I mentioned my background was in electoral politics. I ran Mark Kelly's re-election campaign in 2022 in Arizona, but I first started working for Mark and Gabby in 2019. And I'll just tell you a really brief story about this. Told some folks about this last night. My first week in Arizona, I was traveling with them and we had a stop fall through on a rural tour in Mojave County, Arizona. And anyone who's familiar with Arizona knows that Mojave County is like the bright red area of the state. Like it is a scary place. And so we're out there, we're in Parker, Arizona, and I'm like trying to fix this. And I called a senior center to see if I could bring, then Mark Kelly, pre-senator, and Gabby by. And they said, of course. We get there, I walk in first and I see this table at the back and there are guys, at the table with black t-shirts with AR-15s on them. And I'm standing there and I'm like, shit, I'm about to bring Gabby Giffords in here. Like what exactly is going to happen? And I walk in, she walks in right behind me. And the guys at this table stand up and I'm like holding my breath and they come over and they grab her hands and they say, thank you so much for coming to Parker, Arizona. And it was a moment for me where I got checked, in my assumptions about who was reachable for us, who we could talk to, who we could engage on this issue, on a number of issues. And it, was one of the moments where I saw the power of Gabby Giffords. She can draw just about anybody out of their corners. But I think the broader importance of that, the broader message is that I think as we have progressed as a movement, as our organizations have matured, we have started to really push the envelope on who is gettable, and we put a priority on organizing gun owners because Senator Kelly and Gabby are gun owners. But I think beyond that, we need to be thinking really intentionally about, the coalitions that we're able to bring together, sometimes unlikely allies, around a topic that affects you. If you have a second grader, if you want to shop at a grocery store, if you want to be able to walk into your temple without being afraid of gun violence, right? If it literally affects everyone, we need literally everyone, and I think that means centering the people who are most impacted by this issue, and it means looking in the unlikely corners. So I think as we're thinking about the future and we're thinking about the next couple of years and the wins that we can build on, that's an important part of it.
Awesome. Angela, pivoting back to you. So you're the leader of the largest grassroots gun violence prevention organization in the country. And so how do you make sure that the communities who are most impacted by this crisis are brought into the movement meaningfully?
That's a great question. I first want to start by acknowledging the fact that all of us, well, your organization has been around a very long time, but we stand on the shoulders of people, particularly Black women, have been organizing and doing this work in their communities forever before anyone gave a damn, when they were just trying to pull the pieces together and make sure that the community was not falling through the cracks and take care of each other. And so I just want to honor and acknowledge this. I also come with my experience as a mom of 4, as a woman, as a Black woman, as someone that I don't talk about this often, but in my family, gun suicide is something that has happened. I've had a cousin, a second cousin, that took their life by suicide. And so it's one of those things that the family was a little hushed and it's almost shame came around it. And so I don't discuss it a lot because it wasn't really discussed a lot. But I just think I always approach this from the lens of meeting people where they are, making sure the voices that are most impacted are not, we're not just kind of bringing them along, but they are in the center of a strategy, because oftentimes communities know absolutely what they need. It's just the resources, the capacity, and everything else. I think it's focusing on things like CVI groups on the ground that are doing this incredible work, and making sure how are we walking in partnership with them, making sure that we're using our platform to help lift them up or get the resources they need to them. I think it's about making sure we're having these conversations in communities. One thing that I'm really excited about is we've been working a lot with especially young Black men and women, or people that have been impacted in some of these communities. Like for instance, in Baltimore, we've been working with Tone and his friends from the Flip Project, and they are a group of young men, I'd say anywhere between 15 and maybe 25. And many of them are 2, 3, 4 times over survivors of gun violence, have seen it in front of them, have lost family members. And it's one of those things that the weight of the world is in this community. And it's on top of this, you go into these communities, there's vacant homes, there's like food deserts. It's just so many, it's like everything coming together, a confluence of things that makes it feel impossible. And when I was walking with these, I spent the day on a weekend, this was last fall, with them, and walking along the different neighborhoods and just talking to them. And they said, it's like, so what do you imagine, or what do you envision? And they couldn't even see, like, I don't even know that I'll make it in next year. I'll be here when I'm 20 or 25, which is horrendous. So making sure that we're working with these young leaders to use their creative outlets and ways to kind of talk to their community and their peers about what gun safety means, how they can affect change, and also culture change, as you were saying, Chris. So these are the ways that we're showing up, just listening, first of all. And we don't always get it right, I'm going to be honest, but it's something that I am really committed to, our volunteers and our network is committed to. And so we're going to be listening and seeing where we can play a part with our resources to help support the work in these communities.
It's great. We spoke earlier in another session about making sure those relationships are not transactional. So I kind of hear you talking about that. Chris, you've alluded to some of this, but just digging in a little bit more, coming out of the scenario planning that we just had, where we talked about the what ifs, how are you thinking about federal opportunities and challenges depending on the outcome of the election?
Like a mind scrambler, I guess. We are going through the same scenario planning that I understand from Nick happened today, and I think most of us are. And really, if you do sort of House, Senate, White House, and ascribe a political party to each of those, there are a lot of different scenarios that you can envision, but probably only 3 potential scenarios to really focus on out of about 10 that are potentials. And so for us, what we're really thinking about, and the way I think about it is, yes, a trifecta, gun violence prevention, majority in the Democratic, in the House, in the Senate, and the White House. And that's all about whether or not we are included in whatever exception to the filibuster is carved out or not. It's really that simple. And so for us, and hopefully all of us, we're very, very focused on that, because we deserve to be at that table. And I think in the reality of the way that politics works, we will have potentially a pretty short window, maybe only 2 years before the House flips. If we have a Democratic House and we have a Democratic White House, it probably, if history is evidence of this, it will switch. And I think that's something that we are very focused on. Of course, that's not the only option. We have an incredible Office of Gun Violence Prevention. We look at all of these wonderful executive actions. And what I would say we talk about at Brady a lot is a whole of government approach. How can we harness the purchasing power of federal agencies to make a difference around procurement, around how guns are purchased in this country? If you look at the buyers, the federal agencies are among the largest in the country. And so we have a lot of lists of things we want to do in those scenarios. I would say the other scenario that is realistic that we have to think about is the opposite of that, somewhat the opposite of that. And so we're thinking about how we continue to hold the line if we don't have the White House, if we have a Republican-controlled Senate and we're not getting any of our bills through, what do we do? The good news is we've been there before, and we're really good at that. We're really good at that. When Trump was in, he tried every which thing. Remember the Hearing Protection Act, right? To deregulate silencers, concealed carry reciprocity to overturn every permitting system in this country. We stopped all of that. That's you, right? That's us. And so we're thinking about all of these options, but really, how do we seize the moment if we're given that opportunity? And how do we hold the line? And states are a huge part of either of those options.
Absolutely. We in our state, we talk a lot about defining our own success. Nobody defines that for you. And so if we have to do that federally, that's what we'll do. So Emma, you and I have talked about this a bit. Giffords is developing a state-based strategy in some parts of the country. And I'm wondering how you've determined where to and how you have determined where to invest your time and what your hopes are for how your state teams and local partners on the ground can make some progress collaboratively together.
Yeah, well, thank you for that question. It's a great one. And I want to recognize something Angela said earlier. I think is really important just to double tap on that. We talk a lot about the last decade in the movement, and the last decade's been a really important one, right? We have passed over 600 laws collectively at the state level to save a lot of lives. And at the same time, there have been many decades of work that have gone on, in communities and cities across the country, primarily Black and Brown led for many decades prior to that. And so I think when we think about our state programs, the most important thing to do is have very strong state partners. And Nicole, we've been really excited to be working with you so closely in Texas to understand that not every state needs the same thing, needs the same approach, right? I'm from a federal background, but have actually come up in state programs, running state programs. And I will tell you that there is nothing that I hated more than a large national partner showing up in that state and being like, here is how you are successful in Arizona or downstate Illinois or Virginia or Maine, right? So I think the number one thing that we think about is how to have a state-specific approach, how to defer to and partner with people who have been doing the work for those decades on the ground. So that's, I think, piece number one. I think as we have thought about having a focused state strategy over the next 10 years, I do want to be clear that it does not replace the national effort that we have all been a part of to get incredible laws passed in states across the country. Those 600 laws, I think, have really come out of taking the fight state by state and making sure that we're there whenever there are opportunities to save lives, and that is not going to change. I think what we do recognize, though, is that in some cases, having a deeper, more sustained presence and more predictable cadence and timeline in a state can be very helpful to our partners and to our outcomes. And I think Chris, was alluding to this earlier, but when we think about, state work, sometimes people will be like, okay, is it state or is it federal? Where are you focusing? What do you care about? And I would argue that I think that's a little bit of a false choice. When we're looking at something like the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, certainly, not everything, not a perfect piece of legislation, but it had over a dozen Republicans on it in the US Senate. And when we think about that as a marker of progress, sometimes, I think about the split screen of that and then Manchin Toomey, right? Where we couldn't get Democrats to even vote, for Manchin Toomey at the time. And when you think about that and you think about, what happened post Uvalde versus post Sandy Hook, there is something in between those two moments. And it's a decade of work at the state level, inch by inch, state by state, racking up these wins that put us in a position to win federally. So ultimately, I think when Giffords thinks about its state work, we are looking for states where rates of gun violence are higher than the national average, where our interventions and our work can save lives in the immediate in those states. And also, for states that can correlate to federal progress, where winning in Texas says something, right? Means something. That's why we have a Texas program. Winning in Florida really means something, in Michigan. So looking for places where we can catalyze national political progress on this issue while we are doing the daily work of saving lives in those places, and really making the case for the kinds of interventions that we know can save lives nationally, like CVI funding, like ERPO, et cetera.
Great. Thank you. Yeah, this is very close to my heart. And so I really appreciate your answers and continuing to talk about this. And I'm sure there's a lot of questions from a lot of people here who are survivors and leaders on the ground in their states and their communities who want to know what those partnerships are going to look like to really be meaningful for all of our collective success. Let's see, they haven't flagged me on. I know we had some time for QA. We have 7 minutes until QA. Okay. Let's see. Well, let's see, we've gone through the prepared questions, but I had a few extra notes that I may want to expand on a little bit. You all talked about some of the policies that you may be focusing on. I heard industry accountability and some other things. What are some either additional policies that you really want that you're envisioning your team's focusing on in the next year to two, but also what are some of the key strategies that you're implementing to achieve that policy success? Anybody?
Yeah, I just want to, I mentioned it very briefly just now, but highlight, our view of how important it is to fully fund community violence intervention across the country. We still are having conversations with legislators. I was just in last week meeting with the House GVP task force. Those are great folks. They've been incredibly helpful on our issue. But I did have an exchange with one or two of them who still were not super familiar with what CVI was and why it mattered. And so when I think about our path moving forward federally in the states, CVI is a key critical element as a strategy that addresses gun violence that is disproportionately impacting Black and Brown communities, that often gets looked over in exchange for some of these bigger, well covered, I should say, tragedies. And I want to just give a quick shout out to the Gifford CVI team. Jordan is there in the back, who puts together a really big conference every year, bringing together, oh, she's so mad at me right now. But this year brought together 1,000 practitioners from across the country to exchange best practices, talk about the field, the evolution of the field, how Giffords can be more helpful. And I think Angela said this earlier, but the importance of walking alongside groups on the ground, CVI frontline workers who are doing the work every day and figuring out how we do that better and at a larger scale in this next decade is going to be a priority for us.
Great.
Yeah, I plus one what you said with CVI and everything. I think about the example of like CalVIP and like in California, the state coalition that did incredible work and very innovative strategies. And it makes me think of, besides like on the federal side, some of our focus, we've always had like background checks and assault weapons ban we want. We really want to look state by state and see what is possible. What can we test? What can we do? What can we push forward? It's going to look very different depending on where we are. And including in that is to continue to build a bench of leaders that will have the courage to do that and build, kind of when the ecosystem around to have the cover for those leaders to be able to do that really important work. So it's that organizing and community building that has to continuously happen in between these cycles and between these big policy pushes so that we have, tilled the soil or we made it ripe for the harvest. I like to say, I use too many metaphors sometimes. And I'm also hungry, so I'm thinking about food. But I think that we're going to continue pushing in that way and also just investing in young leaders. This is the leading cause of death for our young people across this country. And there's so many innovative ways that they are thinking about as influencers, as content creators, to bring awareness to this, but also to speak up. Walking out of school is one thing, but really thinking about the creative ways that we can add to policy and push forward, even running them for office as well. So there's lots of opportunity and we are excited to see what's possible in coalition with all y'all.
Chris.
I'll say +2 on all of that. And obviously, I think when I think about the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, I think of, to some extent, the triumph of hope over experience, because it wasn't the last time we got major national legislation through was in '94 with the assault weapons ban. And by the way, just a little interesting factoid there, it was at the very last minute in the US Senate that the sunsetting provision was added, just very last second. If that hadn't happened, we would still have a federal assault weapons ban. And so, yes, obviously, we want to build on these gains. It's the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act that included this unprecedented funding for community violence intervention. These organizations, these leaders in communities across this country that had been so underfunded. But the point that you all, I think, are rightly making is that matters a lot to have that passed. What matters more is the funding is actually received in communities. And so what we're wanting to do is really build capacity in states across this country for better and sharper enforcement of the laws in a real and meaningful way, and funding of community action related to that. And for us at Brady, we're not in the business of doing the community violence intervention work. We are in the business of supporting it, but also shining the light on what we call the supply side of the problem, right? Because about 5% of our nation's gun dealers are responsible for 90% of crime guns. But in the history, and some of this is a hard history to talk about, the Brady Law passed as part of the 1993 Omnibus Crime Bill. People in the House and the Senate who passed that bill don't spend a lot of time talking about it, because a big focus of that crime bill was on trigger pullers, on individuals who may have been a part of some kind of action involving a firearm, but all of the punitive capacity was full brunt and force on those individuals. 3 strikes and you're out came from that legislation. Instead of focusing on where the heck are the guns coming from? And they're coming mainly from licensed gun dealers. And so a big focus of our action going forward in the states and at the federal level with finally a head of ATF who cares about these issues and can think about these issues is making sure that we have the right enforcement approach to hold those dealers that are supplying guns to communities all across this country accountable, finally. And that's a big, I think, opportunity for us when we think about the role of the federal government, is to think about the funding mechanisms that can be utilized to really enforce the law in a way that is not unaware of racial justice implications. That is absolutely critical for what we do. And I think a big opportunity across the board for us.
And Nicole, I know we're at Q&A, but I want to say something quick because Chris made me think about, so there's also, we can't underscore enough the fact that litigation is a huge piece of this puzzle as well. Yes, our policy and law, but we have to litigate and kick ass. You know, we've done things together, and when it comes to going against ghost guns and things like Polymer 80, we work with state ledge to kind of hold the gun industry accountable. Glock in several places we are, so that's really important. And the other side of it is like we can pass the laws, but implementation is really important as well, because a lot of times something's passed in the books. I'm thinking about extreme risk protection orders, and you're like, well, what's happening? People don't even realize there's no public awareness, or law enforcement or other entities don't even understand how to work this law. So that's important as well.
Yeah, and your mention of implementation, I think, is even more of a reason why partnerships with local and state groups is so important, because we are there doing that day in, day out through the year. So let's do that together. Okay, we're gonna pass questions out to this amazing group, and I think there's mics going around. Yep. Yes. Let's see.
I can also help you. So I can, like...
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks, Allison.
Oh, sorry, me again. So Devin Hughes with GVpedia, and I wanted to get your thoughts on disinformation and countering disinformation and the work that you do. And to provide a recent example, as we all know, the Trump campaign has 3 major kind of policy points. There's immigration, inflation, and crime, arguing that crime and gun violence has like skyrocketed in recent years. And for another example, Elon Musk in the past few weeks has tweeted out a video talking about how there's millions of defensive gun use. The FBI is engaged in a cover-up of defensive gun uses and so forth. And the author of both of those, both Trump's crime numbers and that video, were John Lott. And in Elon Musk's video, it was tweeted out 10 million times. And so what I'm curious about is what sort of strategic plans your organizations have to counter the gun lobby's fire hose of falsehood and counter this, one of the root causes of gun violence. And if there's no focus on it, what should we be focusing on instead? Thank you.
Yeah, so I'll just start by saying this is why it's so important to be in partnership and in an ecosystem. I know in 2020 cycle, in fact, we were working closely with coalition of both national and state groups that were really democracy based. And that's important because we know if we're not paying attention to democracy and what that looks like, then everything we're doing is for nothing up here. Because if we can't hold our democracy together, then we're going to have a very hard time pushing all the things that we've been talking about today. So that's number one. So we're staying in coalition with those folks, especially during times where we have elections, to understand where there are hotspots, what we have to do to make sure that we're prepared for any scenario with that. The second thing is we are starting to test some things with neuropsychologists, so we can have small samples and tests with different groups, particularly young people, when it comes to culture and understanding. We had some data that came back that by the time, especially young males are 13, they've already decided that they're going to be a gun owner or not. And so how do we start to interrupt and disrupt before that happens? And we work with folks that were doing this with COVID and vaccines, where there was disinformation coming out and misinformation. And how did they break through? So it's almost inoculate against some of the stuff that you're seeing online. So when you see it, you have a question like, this doesn't look right, or at least you start to think let me ask some more questions and not just believe it as it is. And the last thing is just working with trusted messengers. I think pulling things back to conversations that you have with someone that you trust, community members, someone from your church or synagogue or from your bowling group, I don't care where it is, having these conversations. This is where the important information is exchanged. And so it can counter some of the stuff that's just, because right now there's just, people are inundated with so much they don't know. And that's by design, what's true and what's not true. So we are doing some little testing because we're in an election year, we're not doing more than just a little testing, but you will see more from us. And hopefully we can work in partnership with you to really do some samples on how we can inoculate against some of this disinformation.
I'll just add, I think that's so important. When I was at the DNC, I was invited to a panel discussion put on by a group that has been active in focusing on sort of the neuropsychology of how we relate to messages since 2016. And it was fascinating and very heartening for me, because Brady has embarked really since 2018 when we started our End Family Fire campaign, because we're working with the Ad Council. I'm a lawyer by training. I'm not a marketer. So it has been quite interesting to really learn how it is that people respond to our cause simply by how we message it. It's really, really so very critical. But we haven't done, I would say as a movement, we've not done a great job of focusing on that. So what we did is we have McCann, one of the largest advertising agencies, now working with us to research how messages best resonate around our cause. Not every issue, but a whole handful of issues. We're doing that research now. We're going to make this research open source available. Everyone here can access that, and then use that to shape your messages however you see fit. Our goal is to try to get as many influencers and others with networks, with platforms like all of you have, to use that messaging to respond to some of what we see, which, let's just face it, we all know John Lott. That's just a bag of lies, right? That's what's happening. A lot of it's based on fear. So the big thing that McCann is researching for us is, how do you respond to the fear-based kind of impulse that kind of marketing is designed for? And we need a better answer than, but we're right, which I think historically, I would say, has been how I and others historically thought about it. And that doesn't work. So we need to rethink how we do that.
I think the only other thing I would add to your question, Devin, is, that is not disinformation and misinformation without a goal, right? The goal of all of that is certainly to confuse and mislead, but it's also to elect Donald Trump, right? That's the point of all of that in your example. And so I think when we're thinking about our programs, particularly our electoral programs, without getting too far into it, It is really important that we have increased our overall digital fluency and we are as smart online as we possibly can be. I will just say, so there was about $300 million spent in the Arizona Senate race in 2022, which is an astronomical amount of money. That was just communication, right? Just paid communication. And we saw a lot of disinformation and misinformation in that race, again, specifically for a goal. And what we really found is that the way that people are consuming media has shifted dramatically since the Trump era. The way that people under the age of 25 are consuming news and information is totally different than people 26 to 34, right? You have to really be targeted and thoughtful and dialed into the exact group of people that you're trying to reach and how you do it effectively. And so I think it is really important that, in our electoral programs and our persuasion programs, that we are being very thoughtful about how folks are receiving their information online, inside different communities, and we are speaking directly to them. We're not just spending tens of millions of dollars on broadcast television that, only a certain subset of the electorate is going to see. So I think that's the one other thing I'd add.
Oh, thank you. Hi, Tracy Murphy. I run the Delaware Coalition Against Gun Violence, and we've done, thanks to the good work of our national partners, really great work in Delaware over the last couple of years, last handful of years. Thank you, by the way, for shouting out specifically the Brady's. All roads lead to Delaware, you guys. But I wanted to talk specifically about how national groups can best work with state-based groups, because I think that's an area that we have, and I know other colleagues in other states have experienced some friction. State-based groups are growing. The movement is growing, and we really feel, I'll speak for my state, that we know best the players, we know best the resources, we know best the outcomes that are necessary. 50 state strategies don't work everywhere. And so I'm looking for your guidance on how to best work for state-based groups to best work with the national partners that really are very visibly driving the movement, but not necessarily very viscerally driving the movement on the ground.
Yeah, that's a very good one. And I will be very honest, it's a constant tension. And the tension isn't a bad thing. It just means that this crisis and this problem is so big, and it can be tackled in so many ways, from very locally to federal. And we know sometimes a lot of the action, or most of the time, is in the state and local. When we have opportunity federally, of course, we're jumping in. And I think as leading Moms Demand Action, we have our volunteers are all across this country. They are living in these communities. They are working in these communities. And so we try our best to make sure that we are doing the deep planning, the deep understanding, and getting the resources that they need, and knowing that sometimes there's going to be a tension, because what's so difficult is that when you're moving so many things all across this country, especially from a national perspective, we're kind of trying to support where we can. It can be a zillion things, right? Anything that has to do with a gun, a bill that comes up, then we want to run towards it. And sometimes what we have to do, just for the sake of sustaining our movement and using our resources wisely, is I say the ecosystem approach. So ask ourselves the question, what is this getting us? What is this going to involve as far as capacity? Who needs to be at this table? And making sure that we're doing this and keeping this coalition going, because we can't lift this alone. And it might be that Brady in one state is going to go harder on this thing, and we're going to pull back and go harder over here. We have to make sure that we're, I wouldn't say reserving, but we're being really smart about how we're expending our resources, because this is a marathon and we can't peter out too soon on this. But it's something that we're constantly reevaluating. I think at the end of any big campaign or legislative session, it does us well to look back and see what worked well, where were there holes, so that we can be more fluent next time or fill those gaps for the next time. It's constant learning.
I completely agree with Angela. I also think that a lot of exciting progress, honestly, has been made, I would say, especially in the last 5 or 6 years across the states. And I think a lot of that is a credit to the national organizations. At least this is from my perspective as a leader of a national organization. But I would say my impression is stepping back a little. This is my hope. And really thinking through with leaders at the state level, like yourself and others, incredible leaders like you, at the state level. What are your priorities? Now, it may be, and Angela alluded to this, that they're not always the same. I mean, we do, as a national organization, because we are active in as many states as we can, have ideas for what we'd like to advance that are consistent with our larger national objectives. But you, as you're saying, you're on the ground, you understand this. I joined in 2016 at Brady, and I had a pretty terrible experience where we were very active in a state, and I was gung-ho about what we needed to do. And then we had not actually really agreed with the other organizations that this would be a priority. And at the end of the day, we were working at cross purposes, and that was very painful to everyone involved. I'm sure that does happen at the margins, but I don't see that happening as frequently. And I think in part that's because the relationships, the development of relationships that are not transactional among and between us, I think I've really seen that being fostered and happening. And I think that's kind of the essential ingredient is also you have to have a strong enough relationship where you can agree to disagree. But not be at cross purposes. And working in coalition, we have a whole new state coalition that I know many of you are involved in. It's incredibly exciting. So I'll stop there.
Yeah, I want to make sure we can get to another question. I would just say briefly, I think reiterating the point about relationships that extend beyond like a moment of impact, right? You know, we're very accustomed to calling each other up on the phone when there's a bill that we need to talk about. But I think being there year in and year out, of course, everyone has capacity constraints. We have a great state-led team. A bunch of them are here today, but there are only so many of us. And I know also in the States, there's only so many people, most of whom this isn't their full-time job. And they're trying to figure out, you know, how to keep tabs on the right people in the national organizations. And so I do think, you know, wherever we can, assuming best intentions of one another and communicating as early as possible in a process about what the priorities are, what the flags are, and then honestly being unafraid to just pick up the phone and call, you know, when something has gone off the rails, and there being a relationship there that you can lean on, you know, and I know for me, I got to meet a lot of the state coalitions at an event last night. When I'm traveling, I'm trying to make sure I can meet the leaders of state coalition, just so that, you know, you're not meeting me at the moment of a fire, you know, and we're able to actually have a rapport going into that, which isn't always possible, but it's often, you know, I think what saves us.
Great. I know we had other questions from the, there goes Allison.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Hi, my name is Ruth Zachrin. I'm from the Massachusetts Coalition to Prevent Gun Violence. And I want to bring up something that came up in the breakout session we just did about envisioning the future. And it was about how do we care for the movement as well as how do we care for the people in the movement, which are two very related but different things. And so however this election pans out, this is incredibly hard and taxing work that folks don't always stay in for long periods of time. So just thinking about what is a way that we can really make part of the culture of this work, caring for ourselves in the work and caring for each other and caring for the movement as a whole.
I love this question. It's really, really important. I think first and foremost, you have to care for yourself. I think a lot of times doing this work, I know that I'm guilty of this. I just kind of keep pushing, keep pushing. One of our taglines for Moms Demand Action is keep going, which is great, but it's also like in reality, if you need help or you need to stop or something, that's okay too. This is why it's so important to have this ecosystem. It's important to build these relationships. It's important to build the bench of leaders because this is a marathon we have to run. You're not expected to run the entire race yourself. It's almost like we're passing the baton along. So I do think we need to have a culture of making sure, one, we are giving people the space that they need because there's a lot of trauma also in this work. There's a lot we're seeing, you know, there's survivors here and we're seeing a lot of trauma and a lot of that comes up in the work that we're doing. And so how do we make sure that we have the resources? One of the things that we've done at Everytown in Moms Demand Action is helping to provide some mental health resources for folks as well. And I think it's not just, you know, when I was doing this work and thinking about our chapters, I'm like making sure our survivors and our chapter leaders and everyone has what they need. But then I stopped and said, and me, I need to make sure that I have what I need too, so that we can keep running this race together. So I think it starts with thinking about what you need, ask for help as you need it. If something doesn't make sense, you know, I think we just have to, and it goes back to kind of what Emma was saying and Chris, like building these relationships because we're going to have to lean on each other as well. Not just kind of the times we're passing bills and doing the good fighting, but sometimes you got to lean and say, look, I need some help or this is, but I do think we have to build in that culture of care for ourselves because when we care for ourselves, we have the space then to care for each other and encourage that care.
I don't have anything to add to that. It's perfect.
Yeah. Well, I think that's perfect timing because did you have anything else to add, Chris? Before?
No, I think that it's interesting to think about how do we care for the movement? How do we care for those of us in the movement? And I would have been really interested to hear that conversation. To me, it's sort of one and the same, but I'm probably not getting something there. I think to Angela's point, a lot of times it's just slowing down because to me, we are the movement. And asking before you engage, how are you doing? How's it going? And have that pause where you're connecting with the other person as a human being. That matters a lot. I know it matters to me. I hope it matters to all of you, but taking the time to do that and caring about the answer is, I think, a big part.
Thank you. That's the end of our QA, and I think we're about to wrap up. I just want to say thank you so much. We don't always get to engage in this way with, local partners on the ground, national leaders. I'm hearing us talk a lot about how we've evolved to this point, and we have a lot more work to do. And I know I, for one, am one of those people who's here to stay, and so many other people in this room I know feel that way too. And so thank you for digging in and engaging in the conversation. And I know that there's a lot more conversation to come.
Thanks. We should do a round of applause for Nicole.
Yes,
Thank
Nicole's
you.
awesome.
Thank you all for what you do. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Nicole. Thank you, everyone. So we're almost done. But when we were planning the agenda, you guys can take it. You guys can. Sorry. Okay. We didn't practice our outro here. So when we were planning this event, when you come to DC, I feel like we should take advantage of some of the true policy leaders, elected officials. I was really happy with Congressman Horsford really shared his personal story to start us off, and Congresswoman Robin Kelly. And so to close out today, have one more important partner here in DC that would love to speak to you. His name is Marvin Richardson. He was appointed deputy director at the ATF in 2019. In this position, he also serves as chief operating officer and is the second highest ranking official at the ATF. He's had more than 35 years at the ATF. He began his career in ATF after some law enforcement in 1989 as a special agent in the Dallas Field Division. He was acting director from 2021 to 2022. And he's won numerous awards, but more importantly to me, he's got some crazy stories. I was really happy to go to ATF's inaugural Gun Violence Survivors Summit in April of this year. That features discussions with survivors of domestic violence shootings, community violence, and mass shootings, plus law enforcement as survivors and understanding secondary trauma in this work. Their Attorney General was able to dedicate the Faces of Gun Violence exhibit featuring loved ones, pictures of loved ones of people in this room. And I love to go visit and remember their stories. It was at this event that I learned about his heroic efforts during the 1993 Branch Davidian conflict in Waco, Texas, where he earned the Treasury Department's Hostile Action Medal. So as I said, whenever I've seen him around, he's just always got a smile on his face, always very welcoming. But I would love to hear some more of his stories one day. But I'm going to turn over the mic. Please give a warm welcome to our closing speaker, Deputy Director Marvin Richardson. Sounds great.
Good afternoon. I'm going to try that again. I'm an energy guy. Good afternoon. All right. I like that. I like that. See, as a father of 6, I get great greetings when I come home, even to this day, even if they're just phone greetings. So I thrive off of the energy of others. So first of all, thank you for the warm introduction. I appreciate that. It's an honor to be here with this dedicated group of survivors and advocates united in addressing the unacceptable level of gun violence in our nation. As you guys heard from my introduction, I've been in law enforcement for over 40 years, and 35 of those have been here with ATF. But prior to my career in law enforcement, I too was impacted by gun violence at an early age. At the age of 7, I lost my 17-year-old brother to an act of gun violence that was perpetrated with a gun that was straw purchased. So for me, this is both business and personal. The men and women of ATF work tirelessly, whether it's in labs, analyzing intelligence, inspecting firearms dealers, making cases to take down violent criminals, all these things because of your courageous efforts. We do this and we carry out this mission to protect the American people from violent crime daily because of people like you. And that's why in April, we dedicated a new Faces of Gun Violence exhibit during ATF's first annual Gun Violence Survivors Summit. Now, this exhibit serves as a permanent reminder of why we at ATF come to work every day to honor the fallen and to protect those who are living. And we hope to see many of you at next year's second annual Survivor Summit, where we will continue the dialogue with a particular focus on the experiences of survivors of gun violence. Now, already this year, over 12,000 lives have been lost to gun violence in the United States, including nearly 200 children, 850 teens, and 40 police officers. There have been nearly 400 mass shootings. And these are not just numbers, these are people. They are our neighbors, they're our family members, they are first responders. They are people in communities who we see every day until one day we don't see them and we hear the story of how their lives were taken away from them. In addition to the pain that's caused from the loss, the suffering that continues for those who are victims of firearms-related violent crimes goes on as a result of the injuries and the emotional trauma that continues years after the event is over. At ATF, our mission is to fight gun crime. Our strategy is twofold: to get the shooters off the street, and second, to stop those who illegally supply them with firearms. Our efforts are working. In 2023, the U.S. saw one of the steepest declines in violent crime, with murder rates down nearly 13% across 175 cities. ATF-led investigations rose by over 10%, and firearm seizures on the southwest border increased by 11%, and nearly 8,000 defendants were successfully prosecuted and convicted. So ATF work saves lives, whether it's by indicting 7 Sinaloa cartel members for fentanyl and firearms trafficking, or securing a 5-year sentence for a man engaged in unlicensed dealing of over 250 firearms, 40 of which ended up at crime scenes, including homicide, suicide, and countless other shootings. In 2024, this downward trend continues, with gun violence down 11% as compared to this same time last year. ATF has helped this trend line through innovative evidence-based solutions. So today, I want to continue to stress the importance of the use of crime gun intelligence in modern law enforcement. We know that there are a limited number of criminals committing a large number of crimes, but this limited number can be overwhelming when we have finite resources. CGI, which encompasses the collection and analysis of all available information related to the unlawful transfer, possession, and use of firearms, helps to focus those resources. With CGI, we can target traffickers and trigger pullers and those who illegally possess firearms, which account for the majority of violent crimes in our country. CGI exploits every piece of evidence associated with a gun in a crime to help find the shooter and the traffickers who put the guns in their hands. Advancements in the use of CGI tools like the National Integrated Ballistics Identification Network, or NIBIN, E-Trace Direct, and Touch DNA have made ATF even more proficient at connecting shooters to a specific firearm and linking a firearm to a specific shooter, which produces real-time investigative results for law enforcement to follow up on leads. Now, Crime Gun Intelligence Centers, or CGICs, are founded on the data-driven and intelligence-led principles of crime gun intelligence. Across the country, ATF operates more than 100 CGICs, which allows ATF to combine crime gun intelligence with our partners in law enforcement in one location to better identify, track, and disrupt the worst offenders to prevent their broader negative impact on entire communities. Between 2017 and 2021, CGI referrals increased by almost 20%. Since the passage of the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, the Department of Justice, led by ATF, has charged over 600 defendants using the new firearms trafficking and straw purchasing laws, including some defendants who were charged with conspiracy to traffic over 90 firearms to drug cartel members in Mexico. Now, let me be perfectly clear on this point. Unlicensed dealing in firearms is not a victimless crime. I'm going to say that again. Unlicensed dealing in firearms is not a victimless crime. Now, I can make that statement. I have to say it twice because throughout my career, there have not always been statutes to lean on. We've had to piece together networks of different statutes in order to make sure that we could actually charge someone with trafficking in firearms. With BISCA, we got 2 new tools that are working for us, and they are working to help us to take those who illegally put the firearms in the hands of people who use them behind bars. They are just as culpable for the outcomes of those violent events as the people who pull the triggers. And we've got to continue to hold those people accountable through the use of these new statutes. Today, unlicensed dealing is the single most frequent type of firearms trafficking, with these firearms accounting for over 40% of all ATF trafficking cases. Once in the illegal market, we know that the majority of these trafficked firearms end up in the hands of violent criminals, including convicted felons, gang members, and drug traffickers. And these trafficked firearms then show up at crime scenes, which include aggravated assault, drug trafficking, and murders. Now, this year, following the BSCA's mandate, ATF took a practical approach aimed at identifying current law, specific identifiable actions, and taking things like credit cards, people who do things that are indicators that let us know that they're engaged in the business of selling firearms to make profits, and we put those into an order. And we put that out there because we believe that this is the opportunity for us to make sure that we can go after those people and take them out of the business of selling firearms for profits. Now, the final rule was about ensuring compliance with an important area of the law, right? And we all know that the data shows that there's a whole group of individuals that are out there breaking the law. And this is not just wrong. This has dangerous consequences. For example, there was an individual in Midland, Odessa, who sold a firearm to an individual who then went on to take that firearm and kill 7 individuals and wound 25 others. That event should sound familiar because it happened in El Paso, Texas. Additionally, we are enhancing our work with licensed firearms dealers, or FFLs, right? So in 2023, ATF conducted nearly 8,700 federal firearms licensing inspections, a nearly 25% increase from the previous year. And at the same time, during this administration, ATF developed an inspection policy to focus on the most dangerous willful violators, such as FFLs who transfer guns to prohibited persons. That puts American people and our communities at risk because that is allowing those firearms to leave legal commerce and to enter illegal commerce. Under this policy, between July 2021 and December 2023, over 250 FFLs had their licenses revoked due to such willful violations. Now, as I conclude, I'm reminded of a popular insurance ad on TV for seniors that says the 3 most important words to consider when purchasing life insurance are price, price, and price. Well, when it comes to the future of ATF's effectiveness in carrying out its mission, the 3 most important words for you and everyone who is involved in the process of funding agencies like ATF are resources, resources, and resources. Despite all of our success, ATF's mission is under a threat due to severe budget cuts. After decades of stagnant funding that have barely kept up with inflation, and trust me, I've been there for a lot of those years, ATF got hit hard with the 2024 cuts, slashing our salaries and expenses more than any other law enforcement agency within the Justice Department. Instead of meeting this gun violence crisis with a robust response that it demands, ATF, an already small agency of just about 2,500 federal agents, because of the cuts this year, will lose about 150 agents by the end of this year. In fact, 168. As the chief operating officer, I happen to know that number offhand. We will be down by that number. Now, these cuts have forced ATF to scale back access to critical resources like crime gun intelligence, delaying critical leads to law enforcement. Fewer special agents, fewer scientists, fewer investigators, fewer experts on the ground means diminished public safety returns. Any cuts below our current budget would cripple ATF. It would unwind all the hard-earned advancements that we've made in the past several years. But above all else, it will continue to put communities around the country at greater threat for increased levels of firearms-related violent crime. So we must prioritize public safety over politics. I've been in this business too long to mince words. We've got to find a way to make sure that we're funding the things that work so that we can make sure that we can see the results that the American people deserve. Safety is a result that the American people deserve. We must prioritize these things so that together we can work to combat the scourge of firearms-related violence that has overtaken our nation in ways that far too many of us are having to experience personally. So to that end, I want to thank you today for this opportunity to speak with you. I thank you for just allowing me to be here to share my experience and to share what ATF is doing with you, because far too often around the country, I speak to people and a lot of times I get, well, what do you do? What do you? So I wanted to take at least a minute to talk about this crime gun intelligence thing, because crime gun intelligence is the next new modern frontier in law enforcement when it comes to solving firearms-related violent crimes. We have to invest in it. We can see a greater return on investment if we invest more in it. Right now, the way I like to describe it is it's kind of like getting medicine out of an IV. One of those stories. You know, you put an IV in and it drips. And that drip is good medicine. And eventually it makes you well. But it's a slow process. We have got to put crime gun intelligence on steroids in order to really see a return on investment in this country that will save lives, because literally we're losing them every day that we delay. Thank you for your attention. I appreciate y'all. God bless.
What a powerful way to end it. And an important reminder that the tools he mentioned, those are only possible because of the Bipartisan Safer Community Act and years and years and years of work by people in this room and watching at home. And so we will continue to make sure that the ATF has the resources to hold those people accountable that are driving violence in our communities. Thank you all so much for being here. It's the 10th summit. Gets better and better every year, thanks to all of you and the new speakers and the new blood and the new ideas. And so please reach out to me for next year. We want to make sure that we keep challenging and looking forward to what needs to be done. But thank you all so much. Please pick up after yourselves and have a wonderful, wonderful evening.